all out of ball. If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it in the ring. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it in the ring. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking, hate me if you can survive this legend. I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's gonna stop the Macho Man Randy Savage now. I'm the man. I'm the icon. And yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like Goldberg Net. For the punks and the perverts, this is not a work for Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Ishman and Barbie, they got the cheap heat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, in your head is the man from Australia to Japan.
Take down the road, get back to Mississippi. We are bigger, we are faster, and we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
All right, we're live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones, along with my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
Your 1-inch biceps, the power goat. I'm the boss, baby. The man who tells you what to do. The king of all the marks.
Damn. Is it going to work?
There we go. Yeah. Why does it take such? I mean, it would be so much better if it would just do it when I did it.
Right.
But it's not doing it when I did it.
Yeah, then it kind of makes you look like a dumbass.
I know. That's probably the part you like the most.
It is. I mean, I think it brings out the real you.
The real me?
I mean, like, you know, like
Very
the comical side of you.
very deep amongst this facade of comedy and silliness.
Yeah, that's true. The facade of comedy
is a true genius inside of the heart and the mind of
the heart of the giant.
I be my name is Roger Rosendorf from Noble French. I forget. I don't have any more lines because they never released the damn movie. When are we ever going to see Andre Hart of the
We
Giant?
need to see it. I was in contact with Johnny. What was his Hollywood?
Rocky James
Hollywood. I was in talk with him. I got to get back into touch. That was like 5 or 6 years ago. I should probably reply to that and get the man on the show. Yeah. So I have big news here, Incher. Huge news.
Oh,
I found this washed ashore on the beach, and in my mind, it's an old peg leg from like a pirate. But it's probably like the leg off a table or something. But I don't know. It's pretty cool. It looks old.
Like that part just doesn't look like it was machined at all. So is it just a piece of wood that's been adrift?
No, I don't think so. It seems like it's, had some
handle or something, or
I think it's a peg leg. I'm saying it's a peg leg. See, it would be about the size. So your knee here, where you got cut off, would go on here. And then this is the bottom part, and it would be like it's the peg leg of a pirate. That's what I'm saying it is. Now it might
I
be,
could
you
see
know,
that could be how it
Yeah.
had, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
starting to see the way how you're seeing it now.
yeah, because it's
Yeah.
got it's like up here slightly bent.
Now
Take a
put it where your knee is and see if it reaches the bottom of your foot. Like,
It's just a little bit shorter. Now I'm a short guy, but you also have to remember people back in the day were short,
they didn't
especially
get as tall
pirates.
as they are today.
Right.
Uh,
Well, they
uh,
aren't actually. Like I remember when we were in England and we were at Ye Old Cheshire Cheese, and it was this bar that had like tunnels underground, and they were just a little bit over my head. But like Jason, who's not a giant, he had to duck down because back
Ye-
and like old suits of armor are like way shorter than people are today.
yeah.
Because people
Well,
used to be a lot smaller.
Jackie Jones, you know who I hope isn't going to be in need of that peg leg right there. Jackie Jones
Who's
is
that? Pirate Burchill?
Powerhouse Hobbs. He got hurt.
Damn.
He got hurt in
Again?
this match with the Moxley. It's
Did he
like,
really get
damn.
hurt?
Like he was limping around, it looked like. And then I just watched Collision, which was on Saturday, and he came out limping. They did like a hurt angle where Jericho's crew beat him up
Yeah.
on the scenes, and then he came out limping, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure he might have got hurt,
Now,
but I haven't heard anything.
now I've thought about this for a long time. I kind of said on the show, but then I heard Meltzer say it, and he did actually put it better. AEW has no like powerful baby faces. All their baby faces just get decimated all the time. They get beat down all the time. There's no like baby face that's always like one up in everybody. Now I'm not saying they should never get beat down, but is there any baby face on that show that is like Stone Cold back in the day or someone like that where it's like they're presented like they beat people and they don't just get destroyed all the time. Like Ospreay gets beat up all the time. He loses way too much. Even Swerve lately loses a lot. Hobbs gets beat down all the time. All the baby faces get killed, sometimes almost murdered all the time.
Yeah, I think they were trying to murder Darby.
Yeah, like it fits Darby Allin, but
Mhm.
not everyone should just be getting murdered all the time.
Yeah.
Hobbs
So
getting choked out and murdered all the time.
if Darby does go to the top of Everest and he dies, are they just going to be like, well, he died from us throwing him down the stairs?
Yeah, that's what they should film something where like they should bring back the Yeti and film something of him just throwing Darby Allin off Mount Everest just in case something goes bad, and then they can just show that.
Just in case.
Yeah, then it'll be the
Okay.
big return of Ron Rice.
That'd be pretty awesome.
As people know, I'm a huge Orange Cassidy fan, but I mean, he gets beat down all the time. He had bleach poured down his throat and was almost murdered.
Yeah, the Death Riders, they're out to extract some death or out to extract some souls so you'll no longer be alive, and that would make you dead.
Damn. Catacombs are filled with souls. So something I didn't think about, intro. We've given out the Royal Rumble numbers.
Yes.
So if you call in, you'll get one. If you don't want to call in, you can't, or you just want to help support the show, you can Venmo, you can Super Chat, or you can PayPal the show, $5, whatever. You'll get a Royal Rumble number or more.
Yes.
You can do whatever you want. But I do believe that our fine members who already support the show also deserve a number. So let's start with them, Inchman, this week.
Some fine members
Yes.
that support the show. We
Right.
love you, and you're going to get a number for being
So
a
I'm picking
fine
these.
member.
Hit the like button, Incher, subscribe, share it out. And if you want to help support, get yourself a membership, or you can give some memberships. All right. So first up, Vic already has one. Steven, a lot of these people already have one. Our Ricky Ferguson, Hall of Famer.
Ricky Ferguson, hell yeah. Oh,
24.
24 is a good one. I think some people's won with 24. Ricky. Ricky, don't lose that number.
Exactly. It's the only one you want.
Barry Horowitz pat to the back. That was a good one.
Do you think
Damn good.
one of these years someone will win both of them? Like they'll have number 12 or whatever win both Rumbles? Do you think that will ever happen?
Yeah, maybe. Just the women's and the men's.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully it's the year that they go to Saudi Arabia.
They'll be like, we love number 22 or whatever.
but they disappoint him by
Yeah, the princess number he has like a lucky number, so they have it win everyone.
Oh man, the prince calls it.
Double guns.
Double guns. Here comes your number 16.
16.
There you go.
The old double guns, Incher. Better than the double bird.
Bang bang.
I chopped my finger up pretty good.
I know. I seen like when you're holding up that peg leg there, where I'm a little concerned about Jackie Jones.
Yeah, I almost chopped the top of my pinky off.
You sure Stuttering John didn't pay you a visit?
Oh my god, that fucking guy. I think he's apparently he did leave the internet. He hasn't been on this year, but he did start Cameo. But we're not going to be a Stuttering John show here. But yeah, he's on the Cameo. I say leave the man alone. He's not doing YouTube shows. Just leave the dude alone.
So they're trying to get him to come back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just leave him alone.
Or
You got to talk about wrestling, or you got to talk about some horror movies, or you got to talk about something else. There's more things to life than just Stuttering.
Yeah,
John.
exactly. Talk about baseball cards, something like that. Brian Matthew Clutter.
Brian Matthew Clutter, the worst young boy in history.
I think I already picked that number.
We're going to what? We're going to give him a number. We're going to give him
put it back in because it was a number someone already had.
You giving out numbers twice? Jeez.
15.
15. Man, that's crazy. We just had 16 and now we got 15.
Brian Clutter.
Focus.
One more, and that is El Santos World.
El Santos World. We love that guy.
One of our producers.
Mm-hmm.
Number 9.
Number 9.
El Santos World. And last but not least, Incher, I know this will anger you, but Jack's mom.
She was messaging me. And I was like, what do you mean, how am I? How has my New Year's been? And all this stuff. And I was like, what the hell's with this, Jones? 23. That's a good one for Jack's mom. I was like, what's with this, Jones? And you're like, that is a fake Incher. And I was like, oh, I'll ban them immediately.
It's bad. So we're going to go down these numbers quick, then we'll talk some wrestling. 1 and 2 are free. But so far, Vic is number 3. Got the lowest number so far. Number 4, Nikhil.
Nikhil's 4.
Number 5, The Flea.
5.
6, Dave Deadman. 7, Golgo 13. 8, Steven Butler. 9, El Santos World. 11, skipping 10 here, Alexa. Damn, gonna get the feet out. I know, I got us props here. Well, then we're going to 13, Jonathan Jackson. 14, Faith Schiavone. 15, Brian Matthew Klatar. 16, Double Guns. 18, one of the members of the Nasty Nation, Nate G.
Nate G.
That's led by my disciple, Dr. Chow, the Mega G. That's also part of that other world. Number 23, my mom.
Hell yeah.
24, Ricky Ferguson. 26, Luddite Supreme. 27, Dobbs Dean Maya. And number 30, Juju of the Bees.
The beautiful Juju of the Bees. I would lobby and try to get my mom a number as well, because I think I could get it done. But then I would have to tell my mom she's like number 2 in the Royal Rumble contest, and then I would have to explain what the Royal Rumble is, and just a lot of explaining. So I'm just going to leave it alone. Mom doesn't even know what the Royal Rumble is.
She's
And
never
she's
watched
not going
it.
to watch it. She won't watch it. So it's like, it's just, let's just leave it alone. Jackie
think
Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Does your dad watch it? Is your dad a big Royal Rumble fan?
He
Well,
might
my
be a
mom
little more,
watches. I watch it usually with my mom.
yeah. He might be a little more familiar, but I don't think he knows what the Royal Rumble is. He does claim that he saw the original Sheik back in the day at the Field House here in Huntington, West
Really?
Virginia.
Was he
So-
hanging out with them?
No, he just went and seen him wrestle. So I think he told you that story in person. Well, not in person, but he came down here and he was talking through the computers.
Oh,
like
really?
we're
I don't
doing
remember
right now.
talking to him. Did we
It's-
converse back in the day?
Just a little bit.
I remember talking to your brother quite a bit.
Yeah. He used to come in and shoot the S, if you know what I mean.
Damn. Gogo's wondering what my shirt is. Actually, this is a very old shirt. It's very big, and this is actually what I normally sleep in when it's cold. And I was like, do I want to put on it's cold today, very cold. So I just left this on, and you can't notice how big it is when it's in here. But anyway, it is Creature Boy.
Ooh.
So it's like a
I
little,
like it.
it's like a little Jason opening up his first machete.
Oh yeah.
It's very
I
cute.
like it.
I like it. But
Mhm.
yeah, it's a 3X, so it's very big, but it's nice for me to sleep in.
Kind of reminds me of the Slaughterhouse that was on the Famicom, but because he's like a little,
I remember that game.
He's like a little figure in it.
Yeah.
Because it's like they make him cutesy styles, and that one he was like just a little guy. So
All right. Sounds good. Ha! Incher. We're here to talk some wrestling. Give us the like, all that stuff. But right now we're going to talk some wrestling, Inch man.
Tyler S. He's mad at us in the chat.
What?
room. Tyler? He's saying you guys shanghaied me. The cover of the groups on the Facebook page I made out of the goodness of my heart, and you can't even give me a number.
I'd say you can't be cheap. You got to super chat. We'll give. You can become a member for only $3, and you'll get a number.
Mm-hmm. Tree.
We're not playing favorites here. We're playing for the money. The $3.
Well, anyways, Jackie Jones.
You want to give him a
Stop
number? I don't mind. You want to give him a number? He makes all those wonderful.
He
pictures.
did make the thing, so
Yeah.
So he worked for his.
All
he
right.
worked for it.
Yeah,
like-
for his
He's
money?
he's like the dishwasher. All right, 17. You got one, Tyler S. You got one. 17.
Yeah, Tazo, no bitch. You got to pay for your. You might have to pay double.
You got to
There's
join.
no way
twice.
Tazo sneaking in with a number.
He hasn't made us anything, has he? I don't think. so.
Grief, headaches. Made us both pull our hair out.
Mhm. Tyler S. He's happy now. He says, "You are always a face in my book."
You're always on my mind. I get my voice is kind of messed up today. I've been doing a lot of talking.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say
Mhm.
the news amongst the professional wrestling world and Jackie Jones. It's about this little thing about Raw going to.
Hold on.
Have you heard of this?
Hold on. We're going to say this one thing.
Oh.
Listen, Tyler, we already broke the rules, gave you a number for free, you freeloader. Now you're also trying to give it to that asshole, Tazo. No dice. No dice. Now we've lifted the ban. We're letting bygones be bygones. We're giving Tazo another shot here, but he don't just waltz in and get a free number and get the run of its place here. He has to work his way back up. He's going to work from the bottom. He's going to lick my boots and work all the way up, if you know what I mean. But no way is he getting a number for free. Don't push your luck here.
Yeah, that's some
so worked
bushwhacker
up,
shit
I'm getting
right there.
I'm out of focus.
Yeah. Let's punch your camera again. Like, oh, I think it almost did it. But Jackie Jones, that really wasn't what I was going to talk about. I'm just sick of seeing Raws going to Netflix. You see that like a million times. But they have made a partnership with TNA Wrestling where they are going to feature TNA wrestlers on NXT, I guess. I said for a long time that they own TNA. I think that's still.
I don't think they own it. And I think because if they did own it, it does make it like more like we got a monopoly because all our companies are, NXT.
I think it's like
it's
like
a
an
partnership,
ECW thing.
It's very even worse than I think. I think the ECW one is overblown a lot of ways. But the with this, there's definitely a thought process here. Lots of things going on. It's like, so if we if we work with this other company, already people are like, oh, now it's the number 2 company. So it's a dig to AEW.
Yeah.
It also makes people more not more likely to go to TNA over AEW, but it is without the connection, it'd be like, it's my last resort. I would go to TNA. Now it's like, well, if I go to TNA, it can lead to me going to the WWE.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to if I go to AEW, I'd have to go my contract. And then maybe, but with TNA, it's like, oh, they have a working relationship. If I do well here, I can work there and be on TNA and NXT, and then eventually go to the WWE. So that's a good look. And also the idea, since their parent company has getting a lot of trouble with antitrust laws, being monopolies and stuff. If this other promotion that's doing well, but you don't own it, you can't say we have a monopoly if we stop other companies from doing anything.
Yeah,
because hey, this other company's doing well. We don't own it, but it's doing well.
It's very shady. Very.
Oh
shady.
Yeah. I've even seen people say, "Oh, this is great," and I'm because Cornette basically said the same thing, but he's like, "This is great," and I'm like, "How is that great? Like, it's great that like the giant company is gonna hurt the second company that people can make a living at just because he doesn't like that company. That's not great." I mean, you can just not watch the other company.
They're trying to drive that company to stop doing what they're doing. To exist. So
right.
That's not great. I mean,
no, the more companies where people can make a living. Now, if you don't like AEW or whatever, you don't like any company, that's totally fine. But I don't understand the idea of wanting another company to go out of business.
Mm-hmm. I hate to pick on JR, but I mean, he's just collecting a paycheck for. It seems like nothing at this point. I mean, he's not very good on as a commentator anymore when he comes out. At least for AEW, he's not enjoying what he's watching, and it shows. Anytime they bring him on to do anything, he barely knows what the hell he's talking about. And then Big Show. I mean, Big Show's getting paid for nothing. I mean, he's like the song "Money for Nothing."
The biggest waste of money in the company.
I can see Big Show right now just driving along and he's listening to Money for Nothing. And he's like, hell yeah, that's what I'm all about right now. I'm the Big Show. And I can't use that name anymore.
What has he done at all in the company? He's been there for like 3 or 4 years.
He was a shark in the MJF segment.
Good Lord.
Where they caught him, and him and Adam Cole caught him in the ocean. That was pretty funny.
Dude, like you could have paid him to do that one appearance just as an appearance. You don't need him under contract for years to do that.
Yeah, Virgil didn't get like years of payments.
Yeah, exactly. Friggin' Nick Gage has done more in the company than Big Show.
He really pissed off Domino's is what he did. That was funny when they had Nick Gage carving a guy's forehead with the freaking pizza cutter, and then they go to Domino's.
Then I always hear people say, "Oh, he's a great guy. Like he coaches people in the back." I'm like, who says this? Just because you imagine it that it happens, like.
Mm-hmm.
And who would the Big Show coach? He would have to coach someone else that's like 7 feet tall. Like you couldn't just be like the Outrunners or something and be like, "Hey, Big Show, tell me how to work or something." It makes no sense.
Yeah, what do you think is like
maybe
advice
you could
is like when Vince McMahon tells you to do something, just be humble and do exactly what he says.
Just be a bitch. Go out there and cry on TV and wear a diaper and
getting tranquilized by Kurt Angle.
Be really, really tall.
Just be humble. You got to be humble.
I like being humble. Has that worked for anyone, honestly?
It always just makes you think, hey, I was kind of into this guy, but now he's just a bitch. That's normally how I feel about him.
The guys who made it to the top were not humble. Hulk Hogan, Steve Austin, Undertaker, Shawn Michaels.
Yeah.
Bret Hart. I mean, maybe there's like Bryan Danielson kind of like it would be the exception to the rule. Most people like CM Punk, you gotta be out for yourself to some degree to make it in wrestling. Now, is that great? Can you be an asshole? Sure, all that stuff. But at the same time, I mean, if you want to be the top guy, that's just what the business is.
Do you think Paul White calls up like Rusev whenever he's like in his like Corvette and he's like, and Rusev's listening to the same song? It's like, yeah, money for nothing. And my chicks for free.
Go sit home in Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Play some video games.
Damn.
Some of the guys look at this as a punishment, like Phoenix, because he actually wants to go out there and wrestle. But then but those other guys are just like, oh yeah, what a shame. I'm getting paid like $1 million or $750,000. I don't have to, get in the ring and bump around. I can stay at home and do absolutely whatever I want.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm really being punished here. What a punishment.
Yeah. I mean, they should have to come in and get some of that Tony Khan D push. Just be like, he comes in and he's just like, we're going to put you in an angle where
that's why the Phoenix thing does make me. I don't like it because, like, I get people say, "Oh, WWE, blah blah blah," but Phoenix is a guy that did wrestle all the time, and he got hurt, wrestling for the company. Went out when his contract actually did run out, but they added time for injuries. For me, it's just like this guy was a good company man stuff. Just let him go. A guy that like Rusev just sits around and does absolutely nothing. And I'd say just fire him.
He was the best man though.
I'm a Rusev fan.
Uh-huh.
I like that stuff was horrendous, but once he dropped that, like I liked a lot of his stuff. But
the Redeemer stuff,
yeah, I like that. But I mean, it went nowhere.
Yeah, it did go nowhere. I don't think it's just a Miro.
Dumbass, you stupid fucking shithead. Do you listen and comprehend anything I just said? I said the exact opposite. I said the opposite there. That these guys that just sit home and get paid doing nothing should be fired. That's not loving being lazy.
Mm-hmm. What was
Nothing
that?
personal.
I was going to say something, but I forgot what it was. So, but anyways, there's a lot of people though in AEW that I would think it'd be fairly obvious what to do with them, and they just don't do it though. I mean, like Will Ospreay, he's clearly a star,
Yeah.
and they had him lose so many times, and it's just like he would be a mega baby face for AEW. I mean, he would be on top, but for
Well, you
whatever
should be.
reason,
I think anyone who's being honest and not delusional sees it. Because okay, someone like Beef hated him. He doesn't like flippy guys. He likes the real big dudes and stuff. Hates Meltzer, but he admits once he saw the guy, like, okay, clearly there's something about him that's special. He doesn't like that kind of wrestling, but he realizes that he does it the best. And anyone being honest realizes the guy's got charisma and connection to the crowd.
yeah,
So you bring him in, gets a superstar reaction without really a push at all. I mean, they just bring him out is like the push originally. And they don't have a top baby face that does anything. They have a lot of baby faces that are there, but they never really win. No one's positioned as the top baby face in the company.
no,
And here's a guy that could be, and for whatever reason, loses all his big matches. And you could say whatever you want about wins and losses and blah, 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 don't matter. But they do matter. And eventually the crowd will cheer his matches, but eventually they're not going to see him as like a top guy. And you also want people not familiar with him from Japan. They see him, he gets this reaction, but you have to get him over, to the rest of your audience. And eventually they'll just be like, oh, he's just, one of the other guys. He wins and loses. He's not a job guy, but he's not that important either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And really you should cherish, like, if you do find a good baby face, because it's not easy to get a good baby face in wrestling.
Yeah.
And like they don't make a Ricky Steamboat, all the time. And I would say Will Ospreay's on that level.
Yeah, well, honestly, he's more charismatic.
Yeah, he is
better
more charismatic
talker
than Ricky, I would say.
Yeah.
So
Omega gets this big reaction too since he's come back, and already they're like teasing that they're probably gonna like fight each other. They'll probably do the team and then they'll fight each other. And I'm like, if you have these two super over baby faces, why do that?
They should just wait and have the tournament where the guy who had the belt just keeps the belt.
Okada just beats them both.
Yeah, that's the one I wanted to see.
The young and up and comer to Jim Ross. Like, here's a guy, he's a younger, he gets better all the time. Like, oh, come on, Jim Ross.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't deserve what they're paying him. I mean, I have enjoyed some of his crazy rants on the YouTube. I do think he's kind of going crazy about some stuff, about hearing about Sonny like wanting to be his live-in girlfriend or whatever, and he also had some other takes where he was like, Terry Taylor was saying that he came up with something. He was like, fucking Terry Taylor. What's he ever done? What was it? I can't remember.
Oh, damn, Terry Taylor. He took credit for something.
Yeah, he took credit for something.
It was something that wasn't even that big of a deal. Like trying to get, it was trying to get someone. It was a Kurt Angle or
somebody hired or
Katie
something.
Sable. No, it was a woman, I think, trying to get her into. Oh, I know, it was Tori Wilson. And he said that he tried to get her in WCW, and he's just like, and I'm like, well, that probably makes it. Why wouldn't you have tried to get her?
Well, it was Trish Stratus, I think.
Trish Stratus. That's
what it was.
Yeah.
So Terry Taylor was trying to bring her into WCW.
Yeah.
He's like, fuck, we've been watching Trish Stratus for forever.
But that doesn't mean he didn't too, because they said that Paul Heyman was actually, or someone from ECW was trying. I think Raven was trying to get her into ECW too. So probably everyone knew that she was like had star potential, and she must have liked wrestling. Mm-hmm. So it wouldn't make sense that all the companies was trying to. That doesn't mean anything that they almost got her or that she was going to go there. It just means they were looking after, maybe this is someone we should get. So why is that so, unfathomable? And how does Jim Ross know? Even what's his name there? He was like, well, how the hell do you know, JR? You weren't even in the company.
Yeah. That seemed to piss him off even more.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, piss him off. I
And then
don't
out
know
of the
why,
blue,
but
I
it is
watched
kind
this
of
little
fun.
clip where he was just like, Sonny wanted be my wife or something. Like, she just called him out of the blue and wanted to like take care of him and cook and clean and take care of me in the bedroom. And I'm just like, okay,
I don't know. It doesn't sound like a bad offer
yeah, I
at
don't
his
know.
age.
What a fucking bitch! I don't know.
What a fucking piece of shit. Calling me up and offering
Don't
sex.
you know I'm the fucking Jim Ross? I
I'm
can get any
fucking
woman
Jim
out
Ross.
there. I'll make any woman saucy.
Oh, he's like, I'm making my main event mustard here, and you're trying to blow me. Fuck you.
Trying to get a piece of the good old JR.
So I have been enjoying that, but as far as his contributions to AEW, not very good at all.
Yeah. I don't understand this. I mean, we agree that it's like I agree that they're losing gas, but I don't understand the trying too hard. I would say they're not trying hard at all to really get anybody over. So
Yeah, I mean,
I
like,
don't really understand the trying too hard.
I think like Tony wants to book the show, and I understand that, but I really do think he needs some help. I mean, because he does have a lot of stuff he's doing. He's still doing the stuff with the Jaguars, isn't he? Where
Yeah.
he's like, I'm not sure what all he does there, but I mean, my God, that's probably a full-time job for any human being. And then he's running another wrestling company. It's like it's just too much for a man to do.
Because I see this all the time on social media and our group and stuff that like this somehow proves that AEW was never like good. Now it was by far my favorite promotion the first 3 or 4 years, whatever. Especially the first like 3 years, whatever it was. I thought by far it was way better. Yeah, it was the promotion that made me a wrestling fan again. So if it's, I agree that this last year, it definitely has slipped on like many different levels, but that doesn't mean that all of a sudden the stuff I liked wasn't good.
I think we had a hell of a match with that Texas.
Still a great match.
It was like a street fight or whatever it was, or death match, I think is what it was. Just it was a Hangman Page versus Christopher Daniels. That was on Collision. I thought that was a hell of a match to start off the show. It was good stuff. I just watched Collision. It was a pretty good show overall. But,
again, I don't really care about this either. Like the thing is, WWE it was terrible when AEW started. I had stopped watching it for years, and but part of the reason that forced them to get better was AEW doing better. And now it is hard, even if AEW was like it was a few years ago, the fact that WWE is so popular right now and so hot, it would make it hard for any other promotion to to pick up an audience at the moment.
Yeah, I mean WWE is doing pretty well right now. I mean, I don't love everything they're doing, but they do have a lot of good stuff.
And under Triple H, you see more of the kind of wrestling that you can see in AEW. So part of that was like, oh, I don't see the style, this stuff I like, but you see that now, and that's another thing I always think is kind of silly too. I'm not saying this guy says this, but the AEW does all the flips and blah blah. That's the wrestling in every promotion now. That's just how people wrestle. Everyone's doing giant spots. I mean, that big guy, broke his ankles or whatever on the Survivor Series, jumping off the
Bronson Reed.
Yeah. I mean, that it just is how people wrestle now. Because all these guys came from the same place. They all came from the Indies and New Japan and Ring of Honor. They all came up the same way.
Yeah, you can't deny that, Triple H, he's got the, the reins from WWE right now, and he's, it's a different creative person behind the whole process. I mean, we had the old man who was like just way out of touch and only did things to entertain himself. And
so I stopped watching just because I didn't like it at all. I thought it was unwatchable. And then And then when all the stuff started coming out, and I already knew he wasn't a good guy, then it just like, I don't want to support this company. Now that he's
Yeah.
not there, it does make it easier for me to like, oh, I'll give this a chance because he's not there. And it is also better when I watch it. I still don't love WWE, and I'm not saying that people can love whatever they want. It is overproduced for me. The Netflix show is way too long. I don't like the 3-hour weekly shows. And it is pretty brutal, all the stuff between the matches. Now, the matches are great, and I like promos. Like, I love seeing Punk promos and stuff. But like the first week on Netflix and the first 40 minutes, it was this really long Rock promo, like just like kissing ass to the Netflix like CEOs, and then the commentators just over and over saying how this is the most historic event that's ever took place. And I was like, oh my God, just get to the match already.
Yeah. Even the Punk stuff, it does kind of seem like he's like not like in the top spot. It's more like he's kind of like mid-card level at this point. Like he's feuding with Drew McIntyre, who is a big guy, and then Seth Rollins, who's up there. But it's like that you haven't heard anything about him being like, going for the title or anything. I mean, shouldn't they, try to get him in the mix with that? He is one of the most over guys in their company.
Oh yeah, you can argue maybe the most over, or at least he's up there.
But Cody's definitely over, that piece of shit. But
I watched some of Raw today. I was very confused. Why does now? Granted, I really haven't watched a show at all for years. I watched the pay-per-views, and the first Raw on Netflix was the first Raw I'd watched in years, in like 5 years. And then the last two I've skimmed through. Why does Kevin Owens have the old Winged Eagle title?
Well,
I thought he was the champ.
On Saturday Night Main Event, they gave Cody that belt for like a one-night thing, and he came out and he beat Kevin Owens by doing the crossroads onto a chair. So Kevin Owens was pissed at Cody Rhodes, and he stole his belt. And so he's going around with the Winged Eagle belt, saying that he should be the champ. He should get another shot at the championship.
I was confused
so that's
when
why
he came out. I was like, is he the champ now?
Yeah, and they want him to give it back, and he won't give it back and all that. But I haven't watched this week's Raw.
It is funny because I haven't watched the TV regularly in like 5 years. But I keep up with the pay-per-views, and I was like, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn again? Like, these guys have been like paired together for like 10 years now, like either partners or fighting each other. And I remember when I was still watching it every week, they had the final match ever. I remember it was a pay-per-view match when it's supposed to be the final match they'd ever wrestle each other.
That's not it.
I was like, good Lord. Like, I get it. They have chemistry together, but it's like, wow. And then will admit, I don't want to get, spoil the Raw report, but I was like, it was a good promo by Sami Zayn, but boy, they really missed the boat. It was like 2 years ago. He was like arguably the most over guy in the company.
Oh
when
my
he was
God.
And he was
that
like
bloodline stuff.
Yeah,
he's first in there with him.
He's not at that level anymore with the crowd.
I don't think so. It's kind of missed its mark.
Yeah,
but that was when Vince was there, and
it was, yeah.
So Vince would have he had his favorites, and he just wanted to push.
I mean, he probably saw it kind of like, there's no way in hell where.
Yeah.
When I was watching though, I was like, he not only does he look like Mick Foley, like if Mick Foley was thinner, but he has, promos are very similar. When Foley
Sami
was doing
Zayn.
certain. Yeah. I was like,
I guess I can kind of see that. Like,
I do think
really.
the thick beard actually adds to him, makes him look a little more like burly, He's not like a giant dude or anything, but he's also not a tiny guy. He's thin, but he's tall and stuff. I like him.
I'd like to shave it off of him. Just
why? Why are you so anti-hair?
Look at what age has done to me, Jack.
Look
at what it's done to me.
I told you for years to shave it. And you were like, no, fuck you, you fucking bitch. And I was like, you look better. And you're like, no. And you would spit at the camera, and you pulled out your rifle once, and you shot your old computer, and you had to get a new one. And then eventually one day you're like, and you've never given me credit. Never.
heard it. Never.
I just trimmed this recently. Looks pretty good. But it's cold down here, so.
Yeah, it is cold. It's like 19 degrees here. It might be less now. I think it is
17 here.
It's pretty cold.
I think it was.
I think it's like
with the wind chill.
minus. I think it's like minus 20 degrees here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was minus 37 here.
Go fuck yourself.
Bob Levy. I was on Reverend Bob Levy's show today. He called me the one upper because I would one up all the stories.
Good old Bob.
No, it was fun. That was a good show.
Did he tell you how he like once challenged Danny Bonaducci to a fight?
No, he didn't bring that
Well,
up.
I challenged like The Rock to a fight.
I did. I asked him if his wife ever brings a bottle of blue cheese home to try to get things going. But
Oh yeah.
he said, "No, I just eat it raw."
All right, Tyler S. That's one of my biggest pet peeves here. I shave my head and I can still grow hair, and it's colder in Canada. It's like I don't like people who shave their head who has like a full head of hair.
Is he a skinhead?
That could be the case. No,
Or do you know what? He could just be like, I want to be like my hero, my idol, the OIB.
No, if that's the reason, it's all forgiven.
And then he shaves the head, he walks around, and then just he shakes his pants.
No, that's not.
I couldn't believe this, Incher. Someone sent me this video, and it was like 5 things to do before you die.
Yeah, I know who that someone was.
And it was not who you thought it was. And no Headyverse member made this. This is just some viral video on the internet. And number 3, I couldn't believe it, of things to do is like, and it was shit your pants in West Virginia. I was like, I can't believe it. Finally, In Your Head has gotten something out into the world, and the WV is now canon. It is now, and it is now seen as reality. It's a fact.
Falsehoods, merely trying to trick me with your AI rendered video.
No, it was a real video.
I haven't seen anybody else post it.
It's on the internet.
Just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's big. The internet is a very large place. I find this out whenever WWE brings in an internet celebrity. I'm like, who the hell is this? But I don't know everybody on the internet, and I've learned that. But this
don't
video,
mean that they're not real.
This video is not
real. I'm gonna go
anything anybody's watching.
Yes, it is. It's got like 100,000 views or something.
It's fake. Dobbs made it.
Dobbs didn't even send it to me.
You know you made it, Dobbs.
It's
Just know while you guys are fabricating this story, you've never fooled the Incher. I know.
I don't know if
you Dobbs.
I don't know if this I don't know if this music on here, it might be like copyright or something, but so maybe we'll keep it muted. But
I thought it went a little fast because I couldn't read the captions. It was too fast. Going too fast. You should have did better, Dobbs. Should have did better.
Dobbs did not make this. No one from the Headyverse made this.
Dobbs made it. He made it with AI. Like, look how fast these things go. See,
shit yourself in West Virginia.
Meth.
Do math. Throw up behind
throw
the
up
golden.
behind it.
5 things everyone should do at least once: commit light treason, gaslight the lower class, shit yourself in West Virginia, meth, and throw up behind a golden crow.
Who made this?
It has over 1,000 likes. It has over 200 shares.
This is he bought these shares. It's all Dobbs. Dobbs, how much did you pay to have all these likes in your video?
Dobbs didn't even originally send it to me.
It's all Dobbs. I don't believe you.
Yes.
No, that
Might
guy's
help
a
if they'd
star.
stop wasting crippled talents based
Why
on.
doesn't WWE bring that guy in? He just starts going.
I know. I would be a huge fan. I don't even
I'm
think
sorry,
this
I
is
interrupted
necessarily
Nate G.
true. I just think they don't know how to really push the baby faces because, like, it's not that they're butthurt on of Will Ospreay. I mean, they just don't. He loses quite a bit. I just don't. I don't think they really know how to get behind a strong baby face.
It's like you're paying him all this money. Why do you want to devalue him by like making him lose all the time?
Because
It's
the
like you
villains
need
always
to
beat up everybody on the show.
you need to like make stars, and they're not making stars because that's a person who has the full potential to be a star, and they're not doing it. They're having him lose. And it's like, don't
really,
do that.
who is the top baby face now?
Like I guess it was going to be Will Hobbs, but now they've kind
Is
of.
there?
I guess he got hurt. So
I mean, if you just stop and think, who's like the guy that's going to beat Moxley? Like it could be a few people, but none of them are positioned as the guy. Like on all the big wrestling runs, it was always like, okay, obviously Stone Cold's the main guy, and then you got Stone Cold, you got The Rock, and then you got like Undertaker under that, and Shawn Michaels when he was there. Like you knew like the top people. Obviously it was Hulk Hogan in the 80s, and then right under him, you had Macho Man when he was a baby face, and you had like even Hacksaw Jim Duggan and stuff. Boss Man. But right now, like who's the top baby face in AEW? Like there's a bunch of guys that should be like Swerve and Os, but they're not positioned as the top guys.
Yeah. I mean,
Adam Copeland, I guess, on some level. But
yeah,
again, it's like,
and that's not
can't.
doing anything for me. I mean, Adam sucks as a face. He's not good as a face at all. And since he's coming back, he's really just totally sucks all the charisma out of the whole roster. It's no good. Adam Copeland sucks. Make him a heel.
Kenny
He's
Omega,
way better as a heel.
That's possible. Kenny Omega and Ospreay, but again, it seems like it instead of like, okay, Kenny comes back, let's like go to him winning the title.
Yeah,
that would be that's a main event match.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny as champ actually really did well in the company, like ratings wise, pay-per-view wise, attendance. The crowd wants it. It also would make sense because he started AEW, so it would make logical sense in the storyline that he'd be the guy to dethrone Moxley, who hates the company for whatever reason. It's never been established why, but it does. He's not really positioned that way. It looks like him and Ospreay will team, and then I think they're just going to do like the same thing where they're team, and then they'll battle to see who the best wrestler is, which is all fine. But like, honestly, I think instead of that, they should be positioned as the top two guys. And then you have two big baby faces,
Yeah.
You have a bazillion titles.
For sure. And they need to make Kenny Omega a star in all of the United States. I mean, where people are talking about him and they're like, we want to see this person. And if it's not Kenny Omega, you need to make Will Ospreay a star or both. You need to make them these household names. That's like, I have to watch AEW because I got to see Kenny Omega. I got to see Will Ospreay.
Will Ospreay always has the best match on the pay-per-view. A lot of times it makes it hard to follow. So if he was your champ and then his big match was the main event, nothing would need to follow it. And it would also be like, oh, I really got to get the pay-per-view to see this Will Ospreay match.
Yeah.
And it's weird to be like, I got to get this pay-per-view to see the Will Ospreay match in the middle of the card, or sometimes the opening match. And he probably will end up losing. It's like,
that's not how you make a star.
No. Tony Storm, that's a good point too. I think we're leading to her getting the title back. She's great. She's good at. She has some angles or characters that in my mind wouldn't work, but they really work just because she's really charismatic, and she's a good actor in these like wacky roles, and it works. It's fun, and I would like to see her as champion. Al, what is this?
Yeah.
I mean, they're not Japanese, but whatever. Allie Catch is a real Job's move. Broke her leg. Damn, in 2 places at the GCW show is gnarly as hell. Did you also see this clip? Let me grab this.
I saw that show was coming on, but I didn't watch it. But I seen it was on YouTube. What
do you think they were kind of hinting maybe that they would have got this TNA spot at one point, because they were working with GCW, letting their people go there? You think they thought maybe this was really going to be like the real hot underground promotion? But
it's possible. I mean, they do have buzz.
Yeah.
I mean,
and about a year ago or two, it really had a lot of buzz.
Yeah. So, what was the whole show on YouTube, or was that just like a pre-show? It was maybe it was just a pre-show. And
I don't know. I assume it was probably pay-per-view, wasn't it?
Yeah, I seen like there was like something playing on YouTube, like maybe how they do that on AEW. Like if you want to see the main show, you got to go to payperview.com or whatever. Pre-show was on YouTube, Job says. Okay. Thank you.
So there was this thing, people don't know if this an angle. People think it was real, but I think it might be an angle. But either way, it's an angle. I thought it was done pretty well.
What was it? Where she broke her leg?
No, this is with PCO.
Oh. So is PCO no longer with TNA?
Well, this is what happened, I guess. So he's like the internet champ, whatever they call it, some stupid ass thing.
New stipulation in the match?
I have no.
That's a belt.
That's a championship belt. Shouting it up real nice. I don't really understand.
He's got the TNA, whatever title this is.
Media champion.
Yeah. And then he just starts destroying it with the sledgehammer.
That's enough. That's enough.
I think it's an angle, but it's fun though.
That's enough. Please, improve your point.
It doesn't matter as long as it's entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
I've sold out the biggest house in TNA history.
Is that true?
I sold more T-shirts in one night than any TNA.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think it's it, but then they cut him off, I guess. But if it's an angle, it really was produced well.
Yeah. So why is PCO upset with TNA?
No idea. That's all I know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what he would have to be upset about. I mean, he's the one company that's really used him in the last like 25 years.
Well, Ring of Honor used him, but Ring of Honor's owned by AEW.
Yeah. It's the only company that's still around that actually have used the guy. I mean, where else has he really done anything?
I don't know.
And I'm a fan. I like PCO.
Mm-hmm. Former guest on In Your Head.
Yeah, multiple time guest.
Mm-hmm.
A little PCO. So, all you folks in the chat, don't be a fool. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Help support the show. Become a member. It starts at only $3 a month. You can become a producer for $10 a month, like our boys Brian Matthew Clutter and El Santos World, and you'll get your name here on the show. And right now, if you super chat or Venmo $5 or become a member, you will get yourself a Royal Rumble number, or you can call in.
If you call in, that makes you eligible for a number as well.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
When is the Rumble? It's not this weekend, is it?
I'll have to look it up. I don't think it's this weekend because they got Saturday night main event. I think it's this weekend.
I think it's next weekend. So tonight and next week's your last chance to get a number. And we don't have a ton of numbers left, so you better do it.
It is February 1st.
Oh, it's in February. Wow, it's the first time it's always January.
Yeah, so very beginning of February.
Damn. We got 11 numbers left. Just less than half are left.
Mm-hmm.
Boo, 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 boo. Dang.
Hey, boo boo.
HG's saying February 2nd, but you said it was the first.
Yeah, it says it's the first here on Wikipedia.
That's good because February 2nd is my film festival.
Yeah. Everywhere I'm looking says the first.
All right. Yeah, that sounds good. All right.
Lucas Oil Stadium even says it's the first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
And
any
nobody can go
comments
against
on
what Lucas
Tessa
Oil
Blanchard
Stadium.
being heckled at the TNA pay-per-view? I didn't know she was.
I haven't seen it, but I heard that they chanted like she's a racist at her because like the comments she made back in the past.
Yeah.
I like Tessa, but I mean she made those comments, I guess, and that's something that you're not going to just get rid of easy, you know. I mean, you gotta think about what you're saying nowadays, I guess, you know.
Well, you shouldn't. I mean, you shouldn't have to think, should I be racist? I mean, you could just not be racist.
Well, that's true. I mean, don't be racist, but I mean, she said these comments to a girl she was mad at, I guess, at the time, and yeah, so people are bringing it up even to this day. So. She's got to keep doing her thing, I guess, and just
it's not like she's like a 80-year-old man or something. Like she's from modern day.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Should we
send she was out like 80 years old? You just go.
No, but you do have to look at someone who's from a completely another generation a little differently because they had different norms when they grew up.
Yeah.
I mean, my grandfather said stuff that, you know, like other people weren't really saying. And he wasn't like a raging racist or something. It was just like people said different stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Should we send out the link?
The link?
Yeah. To video in?
Certainly. We can hear what's on the
else you want to talk
minds of the Headyverse.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, nothing's coming to mind at the moment, but I'm sure there's something out there that I could talk about. But, tomorrow night, it's going to have AEW Dynamite. Should be good times. I think they're back at Daly's place. Either if it's Dynamite or it's Collision. I'm not sure which one's at Daly's place, but
maybe both.
The Acclaim, I guess, are officially broken up from Collision.
Yeah, it's weird because Meltzer had the opposite thoughts I did because he thought Bowens can be a star, but
Caster can't.
Caster has no chance. I'm like, I like both guys, but to me, Caster has way more shot of being a single star because he has way more charisma and personality. He can talk. And Bowens, I like him, but he doesn't really stand out anything. He's fine as a wrestler, but he definitely doesn't have the personality and stuff. So him as just a wrestler is just, I don't want to be mean, but he's just kind of a guy, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not like a great wrestler. He's fine. But and the other guy's not a great wrestler either, but he has charisma. You know, his charisma and promos are way beyond. Now, if they do anything with him, who knows?
Yeah.
To me, he has it to be a star, but it really depends what they do. And I don't foresee him really doing anything with him.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'll just end up with two people that are less over than they are as a team. And then you also have Billy Gunn will probably just be lost in the shuffle, or maybe he'll retire. There's another thing. They wasted the Fallen Angel Christopher Daniels retirement on Collision. Why not save that for a pay-per-view? That's a definite pay-per-view match.
Yeah.
He's a legend, especially to this audience. And he's even an on-air character. And he's one of the first guys in the company.
Mhm. Yeah, you talking about the match they had last Saturday?
Yeah, I read that was probably his last match, his retirement match. I was
Oh,
like,
really?
why would you just do that on
They
Collision?
didn't mention it. They didn't say it was going to be his retirement
That's
match.
what they're saying.
Mm.
If it is, I think that's insane. But if it's not, it makes sense. And I'm not even. That would be a legit main event pay-per-view match for the Ring of Honor show that would bring interest,
Mhm. Yeah, for sure.
or just a match on an AEW pay-per-view, but not on Collision. I don't know why you'd put a big retirement on Collision.
Look, it's Toronto Stevie.
Toronto Stevie, what's going on?
Hi there.
Anything on your mind about the world of professional wrestling?
Well,
Eyes always on my... Sorry.
Well, I did watch some of that TNA show, and I gotta say, yes, Tessa Blanchard is a very controversial person, but without question, the best match of the night was her match against Jordan Grace. Great match. I thought it was fantastic.
Oh, I'm sure that would be a good match. That sounds like a
Yeah.
good.
I mean, she is very talented. I love Tessa back in the day when I was watching TNA, but yeah, I mean, she she didn't do herself any favors by how she left TNA, and I'm surprised she's actually back. But
yeah,
but I didn't watch the TNA show. I haven't been watching TNA for a while, but I wish they could just get on a freaking channel that like I actually have. I mean, it's like, come on, if you're going to be like this other company, get on something that I can actually watch, Like, I don't want to like pay for a
They
service.
did announce, this was on the website, on your Facebook page, that TNA is now on Sportsnet, which used to show the WWE shows. So, I mean, I can watch the TNA show, the regular show every week. I try to watch some of it when I can.
Look at this braggart here. He's coming on just to brag, Jack. He's like, I can watch TNA on actual TV.
Yes.
Damn.
But they finally pulled the trigger on Joe Hendry. He's now the TNA World Champion.
I kind of feel they waited too long.
Yeah. Well, he did have some momentum there, definitely, when they're bringing him in.
What the fuck is Lexar talking about? I never called him lazy. I called him an asshole and stupid because he said I love being lazy. When I attacked the wrestlers for staying home and just making money for nothing. Lexar, you have no comprehension of what's being said on the show. No one called you lazy, so stop being a bitch and video in.
You're just an asshole and stupid.
Right. And you're being a bitch, but I never said you were lazy. I mean, I didn't say you weren't lazy, but I didn't say you were lazy tonight.
My goodness. With that sort of invite, how could he not call in? I mean,
Neil, you won't think that when Joe Hendry beats John Cena. I mean, I don't really see it, but Joe Hendry had like huge buzz, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago. And he's still going to be over, but I do think they really missed the momentum he had.
So, and it's amazing. Like TNA is just the monster that will not die.
You got to give them credit. It's amazing they're still around, but and now they've worked a deal with WWE where they're probably going to be around much longer.
And so you're probably gonna see a lot of TNA stars appearing on NXT. Notice they said NXT and not necessarily the main shows.
Oh yeah. There is a huge difference.
Yeah, they're like, you can be on that learning show. You can come in and learn from us.
I get it. Like TNA at this point, they really aren't gonna like take off probably, but
learning with Ethan Page.
I'm sure you'll get like benefits doing, but at the same time, it is like you're being compared to the developmental company. It's almost like the guys. It's a step up for your main event people to go from your show to the developmental company.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I like how The Rock was like cursing like a sailor, and it was on like the CW, which is like network TV that's like over the air, and he's just up there and he's like, he's MFing this and all that. It's like, damn, Rock, don't you know what channel you're on right now? I guess he didn't care. He's like,
He's
my
The Rock.
daughter's the GM of this federation, so I can do what I want.
He's The Rock. He can do it.
Anything else, Steven, my man?
Well, that was geez, I know I watched SmackDown last week. I can't remember a single thing.
The 3-hour SmackDown extravaganza that featured. What did SmackDown feature? I watched it. Jeez. Okay, something was on SmackDown. Wasn't it a main event with the women at the end? Wasn't it what's her name defended her belt?
Tiffany versus Bayley.
Who was it? Bayley, that's it. Yeah, you got it. That happened.
And then well, I'll get to the Raw report, and then on Monday Bayley announces, "I'm on the Raw roster."
Yeah. So like Tiffany Stratton ran her off of SmackDown?
I guess so.
Yeah. That's rough. Yeah, do you like SmackDown being 3 hours long? It seems like it's kind of like made SmackDown like too long.
Well, I can, like I said, if I can catch it on Netflix live, I can just zoom through. I don't have to watch it live. I can catch it later and zoom through it, and so it's a lot faster. Yeah.
But SmackDown's not on Netflix, is it? Unless they are in Canada. Are they?
Yeah,
it's on USA here, the USA channel. So
USA.
Easy. We got a Canadian here. We got the Nook.
Yeah, well, soon that'll be one of another state.
No way.
He's in that country that's learning to be a country.
Yeah, he's in the
developmental
developmental of America. Yeah, we are now. We have the Gulf of America, and soon Canada will be a country, and we're going to buy Greenland. Yeah, we're going to annex Canada.
We're just kidding, everybody.
No, I'm not. That's what's out there.
Jack, you can't say these things.
Why? The president says them. Why can't I?
I'm saying Canada's not going to be, it's not the development.
If America gets its way, that's what's going to happen, Incher. You got to be a patriot here. Why do you hate America, Incher?
I don't hate America. You hate West Virginia, though.
I love West Virginia. I put Virginia on the map.
You're running us down, having your young boy make videos.
I've done more for West Virginia than anyone has in the last 50 years.
Impossible.
I've done more for West Virginia than anyone since Don Knotts.
Don't be blaspheming Don Knotts now.
I'm not. I'm saying he was the last true West Virginian. Who else has done any? The Whites. The Whites.
How long do I have to do this show and be disrespected by you?
Why?
I mean, you're saying who is a true West Virginian? And you're talking to one of them right now, you jackass.
Yeah, but you're discrediting your own state. I'm trying to help it out.
No, I've
really helped the WV get out there to the world. Now it's in viral videos. It's on the Urban Dictionary.
Dawes bought a bunch of
no one from the Headyverse made that video.
It was made by a Headyverse.
I mean, maybe a Headyverse member made it because they're probably cool, but it wasn't made by Dobbs or John. It wasn't a troll video. This was a real video. Someone
see the cracks in his foundation.
No, I'm just saying
Starting to
possibly
show.
whoever made it could
Mhm.
also be a fan of In Your
Mhm,
Head,
mhm,
but
yeah.
it's not Dobbs. It's not Jonathan. Jonathan Jackson's actually the one. Who
Oh,
sent it.
Jonathan Jackson. I didn't think about Jonathan Jackson.
He's the one who found it.
He's the one who found it.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is a little sketchy. This is a little sketch.
But it's
Don't you
not-
think
it's
so,
the
Steven? Doesn't it seem a
internet.
little sketchy? I mean, what if Jonathan Jackson was out looking for videos where you got to shit yourself in Canada? What if he did that?
But what if he didn't find? But I mean, that's like, well, why would someone make that? It doesn't make sense. But the other one makes sense because it's become, canon. It's become Headyverse canon, and now it's become nationwide. I would say worldwide canon. I don't know why you're mad that not just me. It's a group effort. Me, you, every member of the Headyverse, even Lexar and Swax. We help put the WV out there into the world. You should be proud. You should go and tell your parents. Like, guess what we did?
No, this is not a thing that makes me proud. This is like you handing me the media championship. I just smash it like PCO. I just take out my sledgehammer and smash.
Why do you hate In Your Head? You're wearing the brand right there in your head.
I don't hate it.
You love it.
But
exactly.
You're the one trying to spin this into me hating In Your Head. That's not the case. The case is that you're trying to make me hate from where I'm from, and that's not the case. You're trying to make a mockery of me, and you should be ashamed
Why
of yourself.
would you hate the WV just because
you're saying that. I'm not. You're saying that.
I said nothing but put it over.
See, you're only thinking of the WV as your stupid definition of the WV. I'm thinking of my home state.
That's not all I think about, but it is a big part of it. And it's cool that don't you think it's cool on some level that it's known now?
Ladies and gentlemen of the Headyverse, make no excuse for Jack here. He totally sits 24 hours a day thinking of the WV of his definition. He thinks that's the best. I bet he even does it in secret and he doesn't tell nobody. He drives from Massachusetts.
I'm not even in West Virginia.
All the way down to West Virginia. And he's like, I'm going to do it. Is there a Taco Bell open? I'm going to do it.
No, is it something you do purposely? I thought it was just something that happens.
I want to hear what is on the mind.
All right. Well, we got Mikey
beautiful
B in the chat. We got Nate G. We got JoJo Brown. Tyler S. We got some good folks here. We're talking the wrestling. Get yourself a Royal Rumble number. You can video in. Get yourself a Royal Rumble number, or send in a couple bucks.
Did you put it in the chat?
What, the Royal Rumble?
No, the link to call in. Like,
yes, they should be calling to get it.
Yeah, what's with these people? What the hell?
Do all West Virginians have a baby mouth, living on a diet of chicken nuggets and hot dogs? That was not me. I was just reading the question from a fine member of the Headyverse, John Brown.
Yes. There's been a lot of questions posted in the chat room, but that one you read.
Well, it was the newest one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was relevant to what we're talking about.
And let's not sell chicken nuggets short here. I think everybody loves chicken nuggets. I think Toronto Stevie is a chicken nugget connoisseur.
I don't think he is actually. But
no, I cooked up some chicken breasts recently, but not nuggets.
Well, what's a chicken breast?
Yes, delicious.
He's like, what part of the chicken is the breast? I only know the nuggets.
I actually went to KFC. I'm not going to say it because I think it's going to mess me up. Because last time I said it and it messed me up. But I'll just say it because everybody's confused now. But if you go and you get my free freaking chicken breast, I'm going to kill you. But I went there and I ordered, and they gave me, I said a 2-piece meal, and I came home and they only gave me 1 piece.
What the hell?
And it even said on the receipt, 2-piece meal. And I'm like, they forgot and it was a chicken breast. So
That's
all
when
I
they just
had
give
was
you
like
a
a
chicken
leg.
wing?
I think it was like a chicken wing. And
Jeez, that's not enough.
so I
One-
called and
one
I
meal chicken wing?
and I'm not going to say which location, but I have a chicken breast waiting on me whenever I get there.
Damn.
The
Not even
last
really
time I
free.
confessed-
It's not even a free breast. It's just the breast that they owe you.
Exactly. So I got to go there and get it sometime. But I always have I have like a bad history with KFC.
Was
But
there any
I
hat
have
in it? Hair in it?
Today I went to Wendy's. You know, everybody knows Incher and the Wendy's, right?
Mhm.
You know Incher and the Wendy's, right, Jack?
Of course, yeah. That's canon too, I think.
Now, let me just say, I ordered a Big Bacon Classic, and my Big Bacon Classic came with no bacon.
Damn.
It was like of all the things they forgot on this sandwich, the Big Bacon Classic was the bacon.
They're like, we remember the big and the classic, but not the bacon.
No, there was no bacon on my Big Bacon Classic. Like,
Mike
what the
B,
hell?
OIB, have you been to Tudor's lately?
It's been a few weeks.
Hello, everybody.
Ago. There he is.
Hey, Anthony Choboat, how's it going?
Great. I'm on my sabbatical from Facebook. I'm enjoying life. You know, I'm gonna get Captain
really? I
America.
didn't know that.
I'm getting Captain America tickets tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Oh, cool.
Yeah. So I'm
Captain
great.
America.
Yeah,
That
you
looks
looking
like a neat
forward to it?
movie.
I'm looking forward to it. Yes. I'm looking forward to Royal Rumble. I've been doing my watch parties for Raw and SmackDown.
You're getting a Royal Rumble number. So this number will represent you in the Rumble, Anthony.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see
Number
what it is.
10.
10.
10.
Number
Perfect
10.
10. You think
So
it's going to
Whoever
be a
comes out
perfect
of
10?
10. Yeah. Oh, it could be Incher. He's back now.
Yeah,
I'm
he
back,
came out
y'all.
of 10 one year.
I'm just staying away from Facebook, you know, just hanging and banging. I had Chinese food for dinner tonight.
Hell yeah, that
yeah.
sounds good.
Yeah, I'm just doing YouTube and Instagram stuff and Blue Sky and Daily Motion, you know.
Did you go to a China buffet or did you just order one item and have
I just ordered Chinese food, French fries,
Oh,
everything.
yeah,
and
great
me-
Chinese
yeah.
French fries.
and-
I
and-
eat them
and-
with chopsticks with the French
Yeah, and I
fries.
got good news. Me and Jess are on speaking terms again.
Who? Jessica White?
Jessa Flux, me and her are on
Oh.
speaking terms again.
Well, that's good to
Yeah.
hear.
Yep. So I'm just taking it day by day, you know.
I can feel the love in the air.
So what happened with you and Facebook?
Well, they got too strict. I'm just taking a break.
I
Yeah,
hear
I had a post earlier today, Incher, removed from In Your Head.
Yeah.
you. Wasn't it like
I'm doing good, doing a lot of things, reading, going out, looking for another job. I'm working on my memoirs.
Hell yeah.
Are you talking about the Jay Beefington post? The one of,
Yeah, it was like a share of like Russo's wife from like 5 years ago, and like Facebook's like, this
Oh, my-
is promoting sex.
Oh my goodness.
Like,
So I'm living my best life. I got a movie on Tubi called Greeting from Tromaville.
sweet.
Mhm.
I'm working on the 4-part biopic. Hopefully it gets made.
Man. Yeah.
Been
Fourth
saying it.
part.
I'm working hard. You know, I've been working. I've been doing well. I've been doing quite well since
Who's
my
gonna
Facebook.
play you in the biopic?
Me.
Oh, I thought maybe Incher would play you.
No, I'm gonna play myself, but they're gonna de-age my face a little bit.
Oh,
All right, that works.
So thank you.
Some de-aging.
Bam! He's
He's in and out. He's
I
he's
like that. I
saving up.
appreciate that about Showboat.
Chinese French fries.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Dip them in the sweet and sour. That can't be that
Yeah.
bad.
Next time I hit a Tudor's in the WV, I'm getting the Thundering Herd sausage, potato, egg, and cheese. That sounds.
Mhm. Yeah. Thundering Herd.
Is there going to be a live Rumble watch along for the entries? That would be fun, but we'll probably do a chat on the Facebook group. Just because doing the live watch along like this, like we can't really play it. And it's also hard for me to do that and watch it really and enjoy myself.
There's Luddite.
Luddite!
He's the man.
What's up? I don't know. I think about if people are into it, maybe we could, but we wouldn't be able to show the Rumble, live. But
Yeah, we can.
yeah, I don't know. We'll think.
We'll just be like, you'll have to go somewhere.
Yeah, everyone logs in and watches it, and we just talk over it. I don't know. But if we don't do that, we have a live chat on our Facebook group where people. That's what we usually do. But if you have a better idea, email me at jackinyourhead@gmail.com. And
where are they airing it this year?
It's probably Peacock, ain't it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think the pay-per-views are on Netflix.
No. It's like you get Netflix to watch Raw, and then you got to get Peacock to watch the pay-per-view.
Yeah, basically you just are getting cable again at this point because you have to buy all these streaming sites.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually just gets the same amount as buying cable.
Yeah. What a bunch of BS.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Thumbs
you
down.
tell them, sure.
I didn't even do that. I just said what a bunch
your
of
mind.
You tell them.
I don't know. That's insane. What a bunch of BS.
I am the OID and it's BS.
The OIBS.
Mm-hmm.
No, that may be something else. So you don't want IBS. Yeah.
Irritable bowel syndrome.
Yeah. I don't want to call you the OIBS, and they'd be think you're
No,
the one irritable
I didn't
bowel
call them
syndrome.
that.
I know you wouldn't do it, Luddite.
No, I just said I didn't want to, and then you had to keep asking about it, didn't you, Luddite? I was trying to avoid it.
You were planting that seed, and you're like, I'm trying to act like I'm not responsible. And
I was giving it. I said I'm OID and it's BS.
Yeah. Inter just walked right into it, I think. Hey, yo, sports entertainment guy in the building. Hell yeah. You get yourself a Royal Rumble number. You can video in or send a super chat or Venmo. All right, Inchman.
Yes, sir.
Anything on your mind, Luddite, before we get to the Rumble report?
The
Raw report, sorry.
Nah. Just waiting for the sky to fall like everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, what are you going to do when you're part of America soon, Luddite?
Go to Mexico.
Jeez.
No.
Wait a minute.
And after our 2 hours, a 2-hour wait, let's get to the Raw report.
No, fucking Inter. Raw report.
Okay. Monday Night Raw. No, this is going to be like a normal Monday Night Raw. I guess the normal Netflix Monday Night Raw coming to you from Dallas, Texas.
People in Dallas don't sound like that, Steven.
So usually these pre-show arrival
Dallas
things-
Inter?
No, I've never been there.
I like Dallas. Go on, Steve.
So normally these pre-show arrival thingies are just kind of eat up a lot of time with nothing really happening. But this time they had Rhea Ripley showing up, and she gets assaulted by Nia Jax.
Honestly, that's pretty good booking because they've done this for a while, just showing the people come in pushing their like luggage and say whatever, and so you don't expect that anything to happen, and then something happened as
And
opposed
something
to someone instead of every time they show that something happened. You know what I mean? Yeah, I thought that was it's not groundbreaking, but I thought it was good.
It's a slow burn.
Yeah.
But Nia Jax assaults Rhea Ripley. And then we go into the arena, and guess what? Pat McAfee's not there. Yay!
Yay!
It was a big improvement. Bad News Barrett's a big improvement to me over Pat McAfee.
I like Bad News. Yeah, he's good.
So it's Michael Cole and Bad News Barrett.
Well, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
He looked really happy to be there.
He was happy he wasn't Corey Graves. That's what it was.
So Jey Uso comes down to the ring, and you know, unfortunately, his promo style is the same. You've seen one, you've seen them all. Basically, basically he comes down to the ring to say yeet, and that's about it. But he says Jey Uso is in your house, yeet, and then fortunately Gunther cuts him off right away and comes down to the ring. He's in a nice suit. He's carrying his belt, and so he what did Gunther? So he makes his way to the ring. And they talk about so this Saturday night, the main event, or I'm not sure if this is the main event, probably it's going to be Jey Uso going for the World Heavyweight title against Gunther. But Gunther looks at Jey Uso with that smirk on his face and calls him a funny little man. You are a funny little man.
You're a funny little man.
So, you know, I was looking forward to facing you until he said, oh, yes. And I never thought Gunther would use this language, but he calls Jey Uso a complete dork. Anyway, that made me laugh. So he says, you know, so Gunther also called on Saturday, when the bell rings, I'm going to expose you for the flash in the pan. You has no business being close to the World Heavyweight Championship. So Jey Uso, I mean, I like a smug Gunther, you know. And Jey Uso, I think he said something about how there's only one man standing in this ring who's main evented WrestleMania, and it's not you. And then, you know, Gunther, I think, cheap shots Jey Uso, and Jey Uso fights back and gets out of the ring. But I still think Gunther is he's gonna either put Jey Uso to sleep or he's gonna power bomb him and pin him. I expect Gunther to retain the belt. We get a backstage segment with the New Day, and they run into one of the most busiest non-wrestlers today. JBL is there. JBL also showed up on the TNA Genesis pay-per-view, and he was on Raw. And so there's JBL, and then Kathy Kelly is with Bayley, and this is when Bayley announces that she's now on the Monday Night Raw roster, and that she's going to be in the Women's Royal Rumble, and promises to go after either champion. And then Nia Jax shows up, and she says that she's going to win the Royal Rumble, and Bayley dares her to start something with her. And then we get the opening match of the night. It's Rey Mysterio versus Kofi Kingston. And this one, actually, you know, I like heel Kofi. I don't know what you guys think, but I haven't. Kofi.
Yeah, they come out, they make him turn off all the New Day music. I like it.
And Kofi, when he uses his real voice, he sounds like a real good badass heel. But surprisingly, it was Rey Mysterio who got the win in this one. I was expecting Kofi to heel it up and beat him, because Rey really doesn't need the win at all. But Kofi Kingston goes for the SOS move, but Rey Mysterio just counters and rolled him up or sat on him, or basically he pinned. This came out of the blue, really. and Kofi Kingston takes the loss. And so Kathy Kelly, so backstage, Kathy Kelly is talking to Chad Gable, and actually all of the American made guys get a word in. Ivy Nile and the Creed brothers also get some mic time, as well as Chad Gable. And so Chad basically announces that he needs some help with fighting luchadors. So he's going to talk to someone who knows about luchadors and who has a mustache. Basically, he talks about Dominic Mysterio. So then we come back from the commercial break, and Sami Zayn cuts a promo. Again, this Raw isn't going very well because there's a lot of people talking, basically. Sami Zayn comes out, and I think he announces he's going to be in the men's Royal Rumble. And so Sami Zayn basically cuts a promo. I'm kind of starting to get sour on this Raw. But then just as Sami Zayn is talking, music hits. Out comes Kevin Owens from SmackDown. He's got that winged eagle belt still, and he gets into the ring, and basically these two guys just stand in the ring talking about their 25-year friendship, or I think it was Owens who was talking about that, and they main evented WrestleMania. They won the tag team titles, and basically Kevin Owens, he says, he tells Sami Zayn, "I know you're going to win the Royal Rumble, because I've got your back." And he says he's going to walk out of the Royal Rumble as WWE champion. And how does he know it? Because he says, "Sammy, you're going to have my back. You're my best friend. You're my brother. And if I need you, I know you're going to be there." So I don't know if this is going to set up another Kevin Owens Sami Zayn match, but they always seem to have good matches when they face each other. But this is just basically WWE, another excuse for WWE to just throw away the brand specific rosters. So we get coming back from the commercial break. I think there were some more backstage segments, but the next match actually is Nia Jax versus Bayley. So this is qu'est-ce que c'est?
What?
Je ne sais pas. So this is Bayley's first match. She says she announces that she's on the Raw roster, and this is her first match on the Raw roster against a SmackDown roster wrestler.
Does anyone really pay attention to the brand split?
You even care about the brand split?
WWE not forever. Never. I don't think I've ever cared about it, but definitely don't care about it now.
It might have been good in the beginning.
But it's never been presented well.
Yeah, no, they could have done it though.
Yeah, at this point, we've seen it come and go multiple times. It's like, oh my god.
So I'm not digging Bayley's new haircut in this. She's got like a letter, is it carved into her, tattooed or carved into her head? But anyway,
I carved my initials in incher.
With your
He's not carving nothing. I'm just sad there's a pirate out there without a peg for his leg.
You think there's the ghost will come and be like the fog? He'll come and get his leg back.
Yeah.
I should go see if I could find the hook. When I was in art class, and I think it was the 6th grade, And so we had to draw pirates for some reason. And I drew my pirate with 2 peg legs, 2 hooks, and two eye patches. And my and the art teacher just was like, well, how could he walk and get around and see? Just like, it's supposed to be a joke, like, lady, what the hell? Like, you know what I
Take it
mean?
far too seriously.
Yeah. So then I just beat the shit out
How
of him.
people take their pirates seriously.
Even as a kid, I was like, good Lord, lady.
So anyway, Nia Jax hits the Samoan drop, hits the Annihilator, and beats Bailey.
Man, Bailey, your first match on Raw, she just gets her ass whooped.
So in the post match, Rhea Ripley comes back. She's recovered from being assaulted early on, and she starts to brawl with Nia Jax. And this is your weekly brawl in which all the security people and agents come down to the ring to break it up, and that goes on for a few minutes. But then at the end, I think Rhea Ripley stood on the announce table. She had a microphone, and she basically challenged Nia Jax to a match at Saturday night's main event. So we'll probably get that match on Saturday night's main event. We get a Judgment Day Clubhouse segment. Finn Balor is not there. I guess storyline wise, he's recovering from getting beaten up by Damian Priest in the street fight from the previous week.
Hey guys.
What's up, Michael?
Hey, what's up? Sorry, I'm interrupting the Raw report. Go ahead,
That's
Steven.
all right.
Sorry.
All right.
I'm a long-time listener.
Oh, good. Well,
First-time caller. Yeah, I found out about you guys when you guest hosted Wrestling News Live a long time ago.
Oh, wow. That's 2000.
Yeah.
That's our first year, actually, 2005.
That was when I had hair.
Yeah, that was a great show, and I found about In Your Head after.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I just put that up. I've been putting up old episodes on the YouTube for members only, and that one went up just recently. It was from the first year.
Oh, okay, cool.
I think it was our first
yeah.
live show, actually.
Mm-hmm, it was.
Oh, really? Well, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Jack was all nervous because we're going live. And I was like, just take it easy. We'll be all right.
Andrew was like,
Everything's
Andrew was
cool.
peeing his pants. He's like, hold me, Jackie Jones. See me through.
Hold me closer, Jackie Jones.
We'll give you a number here after the Raw report. But it's good to
Okay,
hear.
cool. Thanks.
Yeah, or you can give it to you now if you like. It's up to you.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, let's grab this. Steven,
Give
doesn't
up.
matter.
Give up number.
We didn't
Thank
give
you.
this one out before, did we? No.
Jack.
I don't know. For some reason, I thought we did. Number 2.
Oh,
Oh, okay, cool. I hope it's John Cena.
Yeah,
Could be. It could be.
that's a good number. A lot of times if they want someone to look strong, they'll have them come out way early and win the whole thing.
Yeah, I always remember Ric Flair doing that.
Yeah,
Back in the day.
Flair and-
You was
Yeah.
three.
he was 3. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's true.
Oh, it was 3.
Number
Oh, you're right.
one's-
Yeah, you're right.
Number 1's won it a few times, I think, 1 or 2,
Oh, yeah.
or at least.
Oh,
been
I think
there.
Rey Mysterio was number 2, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
think
think so.
Mysterio.
Yeah. I think he was the only one, maybe. Who knows?
I'm gonna look it up while we go to the Raw report here. Who would you?
Okay.
So you
Okay.
want you want it to be Cena? That's who you think's gonna win?
That's who I think's going to win, just because it's his last year.
Yeah.
Last year, I would have said The Rock would have come in at the end and won, which would have been better than what, if they wanted him to face Roman, it would have been better than what they actually did.
Yeah, I'm really I don't know who. I assumed after last year, The Rock was either gonna wrestle Roman or Cody
Cody.
this year, but it seems like they're not doing that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Shawn Michaels won at number 1. In 1999, Vince McMahon won it with number 2.
Oh, God. Oh, all the
Rey
people to be
Mysterio.
compared to.
I know.
Yeah.
Rey Mysterio won it in 2006 at number 2.
Cool, I remembered.
Several people won it with number 1, though. More people won it with number 1, I think, than anything. Shawn Michaels,
Yeah.
Chris Benoit, Edge, and Rhea Ripley all won at number 1.
Okay,
Rhea
cool.
Ripley won it.
Yeah.
Was it like a women's rumble?
Yeah. They do a rumble. They do
Oh.
2 rumbles each year. Number 30's been won with Undertaker, John Cena, and Triple H, Brock Lesnar, and Cody Rhodes. A lot of people actually want number 30. And then Alberto Del Rio is the only one to ever win it with number 38.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was the year when they had like 40 people in it or whatever.
Yeah.
They beefed up the Royal Rumble, made it 40
Yeah.
instead of 30.
Yeah, I don't think it
Yeah.
helped.
I'm disappointed too that it's going to Saudi Arabia next year. I hate that.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that. I don't really like to watch the Saudi Arabia shows, and plus, like, who in America is gonna anywhere, honestly, besides if you live in Saudi Arabia, who's gonna want to like, oh, I'm gonna go fly over to Saudi Arabia to see the Rumble?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such
Terrible.
a jip.
Yeah.
Luddite, are you
It kinda
gonna
reminds
take
me
a
of
trip to
that.
Saudi Arabia?
No. I don't like women that dress like ninjas.
Beekeeper's outfit. What are you saying, Michael?
It kind of reminds me of the WCW collision in Korea. If North Korea had a bunch of money, maybe they would have kept doing that.
That's the exact same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
The people just sit. At least they do react in Saudi Arabia. In North Korea, I don't think the people knew what was even happening.
Yeah.
They didn't want to be there.
No, I don't know if they really want to be in Saudi Arabia either. But Steve, all right, Steven, we'll get back to the Raw report, but feel free to chime in, Michael.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so Chad Gable is talking to Dirty Dom in their clubhouse. Needs some help with luchadors. Lost my glasses here. But basically, so it was JD McDonough who announced that the Judgment Day has a return tag team title match, but Finn Balor can't go, so it'll be Dirty Dom and JD McDonough.
Dirty Dom, Dunder cheap.
It's coming back from the commercial break. There's a backstage segment with Sami Zayn and Seth Rollins. And I guess they're talking about the Royal Rumble. Okay, week number 2 of Penta. Penta this week took on Pete Dunne. Another hard-hitting match. I always like Pete Dunne's matches too.
Did Penta call him Butch?
So that's becoming a thing. That's been a thing now for a while. But no, this was just if the fans did, I wasn't paying attention. But there was a lot of great moves here. Death Valley drivers. Penta hit his sacrifice move again.
Yeah, I don't remember him ever doing that.
What's that? The breaking the arm thing?
I mean, I guess he did it, but they did. It is cool that they make a big deal about it and gave it a name.
Yeah, he did it in Lucha Underground and AEW too. So, but at Lucha Underground, they made it like a real big thing. They actually,
I don't
put
either.
the person
Actually,
off.
even another Logan Paul video. Again, when is he coming? Oh, I think they said he's going to make his Raw debut next week. So Logan Paul, I guess, is going to wrestle next week on Monday Night Raw.
I thought it was another great appearance, though, by Penta. Some people were like, oh, it was only over the first week because he was in Los Angeles or whatever, but he was really over here, too. They presented him well, had a really good match. The crowd reacts to him. I'm happy. I'm a Penta fan.
So we get CM Punk. CM Punk does an interview and he basically says, Hulk Hogan, I'm gonna throw your ass over the top rope.
Hell yeah, throw him the hell out of there. That's what I'm going to do to OIB.
So he's
Not a
way up.
chance.
At the
Yeah.
Eddie Rumble, it's coming down to me and you, Incher.
Is that going to go down where everybody wants to see it? The Tokyo Dome?
Exactly. If 7-star Royal Rumble at the Tokyo Dome.
We're pretty big in Japan. I don't know if anybody knows that.
The Final Four, it's going to be me, Incher, Okada, Will Ospreay. I turn and throw that no good bum Okada out. Incher kicks Will Ospreay's ass over the top, and bam, it's down to me and the OIB facing off.
That sounds like quite a match.
Mm-hmm.
I'll win, right? I mean, I gotta go.
We got to keep it like we're in Japan. It has to be believable. So I mean,
Yeah, the believable would be me winning.
no. This isn't sports entertainment. This is real wrestling. This isn't Rey Mysterio winning the Rumble.
I think I am like real wrestling.
So you guys are in Japan, and your old lady's late for picking you up at the airport. You punch her in the face like Vader did.
Yeah, but I'm gonna bring my chainsaw, go running through the crowd. That's always over.
Yeah.
If Penta's this hot, the crowd will go insane for Phoenix. Yeah, I actually I prefer Phoenix as a wrestler, but I do think Penta may be more suited for WWE. He's a little bit bigger. I don't know. We'll see. A little more. Phoenix to me is more exciting to watch in wrestling, but Penta does more like stuff where he plays to the crowd. But we'll see. I don't know. I really hope Phoenix does well as well.
So when will Phoenix make a debut? How much longer could he have on his?
I don't know.
I wish
By the time he makes his debut, she'll be sleeping.
He should just let him out. I know people make this argument, and I agree WWE wouldn't do it, but that's not a great argument. Like, you don't want to be. AEW did have one of the benefits was people looked at AEW as the company that wasn't petty to the wrestlers, and it was a fun place to be. And now, since McMahon's not in charge of WWE, you don't really have that attitude. And then if you start doing these things that people never liked, so in our group, the one guy was like, WWE, no one said anything when WWE did this stuff. That's not true. I always hated it when WWE would add on time when people were injured, like when Brody Lee wanted out, and you're like, we're going to add like another year to your contract. I was against that. A lot of people were. So if I was against that in WWE, why would I be for it in AEW?
You know who's to blame for this? It's that damn Cody Rhodes for killing Tony Khan's love for the business. He's made him into like a Vince McMahon, and it's
I'm
Cody's
just saying
fault.
it's not good. People want to say this ain't good for business to let him out of the contract, but it's not good for business to take away one of your benefits of being like, at least if I'm here, they're not going to be petty towards me. But if they are, and you have the choice of the two companies, be like, well, whichever one I make more money now, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's good. All right, and it's a guy who gave his body to the company. It's not like Rusev, who just sits at home in Bulgaria.
And
Plays
wears
video
pajamas.
games. Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna play video games.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So
My video game that I sold him back in the day. Don't hit me with your
let's
leg.
continue.
Jobs thought this was a shillelagh. That could be. All right, Raw report.
So CM Punk is with a woman named Jackie, and he says it's great to be alive on a Monday night in Dallas, Texas. So he says there's only so many ways you can get a main event at WrestleMania. The Royal Rumble is one way. It's a match that I've never won. The field is stacked. Roman Reigns, John Cena, Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre, Sami Zayn. But what makes this Royal Rumble different for me? History. And I am a maker of history. So he talks about he main evented the first Monday Night Raw on Netflix. beating Seth Rollins, and that he makes the bold prediction, I'm gonna throw 29 other superstars over the top rope. No, you're not. And then he says, he makes a reference to John Cena. He says, I can't see John Cena throwing me over the top rope.
Toss his ass out.
He said,
Does Josh have a Royal Rumble number, Jack? This guy, Josh?
No.
Oh, okay. I was going to take it away if he did, but since he doesn't.
No, he's got to become a member or send in some moolah, or just call in like Michael here.
Yeah, he said Cody was smart. He got off a sinking ship. I was going to punish this man. I can't, though. I have to think of another way to punish him. Can I fine him?
Punish! You can add some time onto his contract.
he must stay with us longer. When the show's over, he's got to listen for 2 more hours.
Yeah, he's got to listen to the post show.
Mm-hmm.
Raw report.
So he says, Roman Reigns needed my help to settle his family business. There are no friends in the Royal Rumble. He once again boasts that he put Drew McIntyre out. He said, Sami Zayn, you're not on my level. And he says, you can put Hulk Hogan in the Royal Rumble, and I'll throw his dusty ass over the top rope, and I'll kill Hulkamania. So I was thinking, as soon as he said that, I think it was on Punk's DVD. He said he talked about how he wanted to meet Hulk Hogan. Hogan was backstage, and I think he stuck out his hand to shake Hulk Hogan's hand, and Hogan just ignored him. I think if you go back to Punk's DVD, that story is on there.
Oh.
And so I was just thinking if Punk was, kind of digging it into Hulk Hogan a little bit.
Probably.
So we come back from the commercial break. They do a promotion of Elimination Chamber being in Toronto in March. Tag team match. The worst name for a tag team or a faction in WWE, Pure Fusion Collective, Shayna Baszler and Zoe Stark taking on Damage Control, Dakota Kai and Io Sky.
But you see, they're all like fusions and they're collective. So, how's that a bad name? I mean, it's a fusion and they're collective.
And it sucks.
Dang.
So
It sucks.
It sucks. But the damage control girls won. Io Sky hit her over the moonsault to win the match. Once again, I really think Zoe Stark needs to get the hell out of this faction, become a single wrestler. Coming back from the commercial break, we get the main event of the evening: Seth Rollins and Drew McIntyre. WrestleMania rematch. This one, these guys, at least it's not, it's not a Judgment Day main event. It's not a Bloodline main event. These two guys had a great main event.
It's time for the main event.
So, Rollins, they hit their moves. Future Shock DVDs, Claymore kicks. I think, but I don't know. I don't remember Rollins hitting the stomp though, because Rollins got like this fluke win. It's called a jackknife pin. This was kind of like, I'm just watching it, waiting, okay, and then all of a sudden it's over. What?
But they met their time limit on Netflix.
Maybe. I
I don't know
didn't
if
check
there is
that.
a time limit on Netflix.
I didn't
That's
check
what they
that.
say, but they're saying Penta went way too long.
Yeah, but who says it? Just some guy on the internet?
But that was apparently like
Anonymous source.
last
Yeah.
week. It was a 2.5 hour Raw. I didn't check the time on this one, but this one seemed to go a little bit longer, if only because there was way too much talking and it kind of slowed the whole show down. But still, I think when they're in the ring, the Netflix era is great for wrestling. Just as a creative criticism, yes, I guess you want to have the guys cut promos, but don't have
you
too
need
many of them.
promos, but they do go insane. It's like 30 minutes between matches.
Yeah, you've got to. I mean, you've got to put this show together a little differently. Don't
Yeah,
have
it's like a 2-hour show to me, but like spread out to 3 hours. Let's make you want promos obviously, but you don't want the promos like more than the show.
you
I
don't
don't know.
want.
And there's
you
so
don't
much
want
just
prom-
like hype and stuff in between all the matches. It's just, to me, there's not really good flow when it's like 30 or 40 minutes between the matches.
Yeah, you don't want promo backstage segment like that.
Yeah.
Have promo match backstage segment match promo something. To
Yeah,
shake it up.
something between the matches, not like 3 or 4 things between the match.
Yeah. So this was.
I mean, people are loving it, so what do I know? But for me as a fan, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. It takes you out of it.
Yeah,
It really takes you out of it.
I've noticed that with their pay-per-views a lot too. Like, there's just so much time in between the matches instead of like, I don't know. And then they'll have like just real stupid silliness, like an ad for like Snickers or something in the backstage.
They have the regular ads, and then they even have some of the wrestlers doing like promo ads, for like Pizza Hut and
good
Snickers and
Lord,
stuff.
yeah, I don't need to see this.
Yeah.
and when those and also the long video packages, these are on the pay-per-views. If they're too long, it's like in drag. If they're short, then they're fine. But I kind of want to give this one a thumbs down, but I'll be charitable and say this show was like this. So
It was like a docking show. It's like they came in like boom, boom, boom,
It's the old.
It was my least favorite of the three.
Of the three, I really skimmed through it because when they start doing like just nonstop, I'm like, I don't care. So it's easier for me to watch on Netflix because it's easy for me just to on my computer. I can just kind of zip through the things I don't want to see, which makes it much more watchable for me. But if I was watching it live, I don't know. I would probably not. I tried to watch the first one live, and that first like 40 minutes was brutal. So if I was watching it live every week, I would have a much different
with The Rock kissing the Netflix CEO's ass.
Yeah,
Oh,
like, good Lord, man, Jesus. And like I've said this before, but people have talked about Tony Schiavone saying it's the greatest night in history too many times. Cole and Pat McAfee said it more than, and just on that one night, I think more than Tony Schiavone said in his whole WCW career. Like that first 40 minutes, I was like, oh my God, every single thing. This is the most historic moment that's ever happened in the history of our sport. I was like, okay, it's cool they're on Netflix. I get it. But I mean, is it really that big of a deal for me? No.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree. I hate this SmackDown went to 3 hours too. It's like 8 hours of WWE TV. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's too much. Like maybe when I was a kid, I would love this, but I can't keep up with all of this. That's 8 hours of WWE, and then like 4 without Rampage. So I guess 4 hours of AEW, and then if you want to watch, if you want to watch other stuff, other wrestling, like. I mean, you couldn't do anything else. I like to watch movies and do some other
stuff. You get to have a life.
It's gonna be like your like part-time job is just watching wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, back then too, they were focused on putting better quality because they were neck and neck with WCW in like 98, 99, 97,
Yeah, I mean,
99.
it is weird. I remember I would record one and I'd watch them back to back, but I was also like, you know, a teenager or my early 20s.
Yeah.
And I did. And the
I used to do that. Plus
Yeah.
ECW. Yeah.
The internet was around, but it wasn't as big as it is today. So it's a different time, and I was younger. I don't. If I was that same age now, would I love it? Maybe, but I also would have the internet and stuff, so it would still be different, you know.
Yeah, I like the TV 14 product better, even as a little kid, than like the PG product.
Yeah,
I
always
hated when they got rid of the no blood policy.
Yeah, people want to say that the wrestling now is aimed at kids, and it isn't. More kids watch. If you watch that Attitude Era stuff, there's way more kids in the crowd than there are today.
Yeah,
Their demographic
Or young
is
people,
50-year-old men.
Yeah, it's it might be rated whatever it's rated, but more kids watch when it was edgier. Because most kids don't want to watch like a more childish show.
No.
Yeah.
But I think that's better too. It doesn't, they don't have to drop F-bombs and stuff, but I like it. I like the show to be a little more adult than like a child show.
Yeah. It shouldn't be R or PG It should be like PG-13, I think. Pretty much. That's just my opinion though.
If I was AEW, I said this before, I would try to be like maybe an R-rated show just to see, like, because then you'd stand out, you'd be different, and like I do a lot of stuff in the independent horror world stuff, and there's way more graphic horror movies that people used to say would never, it wouldn't get in theaters, and if it did, people wouldn't go see it, blah blah blah. But like the Terrifier movies, this last one made over $100 million and was a very low budget, and one of the most graphic movies I've ever seen in a theater. So I don't know. I'm not saying that they have to have bloodbaths all the time and stuff like that, but I do think if you made your show more edgy, you have a lot of stars there it would benefit, like Moxley and Swerve and a lot of the guys, even Will Ospreay, because if you watch his promos in Japan, they were edgier. So I think it wouldn't hurt.
I know. I agree.
I would test it out and see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm going to a Revolution at a Staples Center in LA in March, so that should be pretty cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I had a great time. I was at the Revolution when Moxley, I think that was, or was that Genesis? He was Revolution. It was when Moxley won the title from Jericho.
Okay, cool.
It was in Chicago. That was an awesome show.
It was Revolution, I think. Yeah.
Isn't Genesis like a TNA paper?
Yeah. So it was Revolution. Yeah, that was an awesome show, though. That was the first time that Orange Cassidy had like an actual match. He wrestled Pac.
Oh, cool.
I was in the front row. You can actually see me on the show.
Okay, cool.
Orange Cassidy.
I think WWE might have the same deal with TNA where they used to have with ECW, where they're like part owner or giving them money and stuff. Because I can't believe they would promote TNA just out of the blue like that.
Yeah, I think something's going on underhanded there too. I just don't believe that they would just start working with them and without having anything. Something's up there. Especially with TNA, because they were pretty far down there for a while. But they stick around like cockroaches. They're not going anywhere.
No, they're the monster that won't die. They're Michael Myers.
Nah, Michael Myers is cool.
Well, he was. I don't know if he's so cool anymore. Like Michael Myers from like Halloween Ends or something. Not so cool.
Evil dies tonight.
This is actually older than 2 years ago, but so yeah, I was in the front row there. And underneath that Time Hop logo, it says AEW Revolution. Buy now. This was the last thing you saw before it went to pay-per-view. I was the big selling point after. They're like, look at this guy.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
Boy, you love to spin things, don't you?
It was the last thing they showed. And Jim Ross is doing the voiceover and stuff.
He's like, you got to buy it to see more of this guy. Look at him. That's Jackie Jones. Well, he's an internet icon. Yeah.
He's a young up and comer like Okada.
He once invited himself to my house and started cooking for me. And
You think a lot of women have thrown themselves at Jim Ross?
He's like, why is
He
it
said
always
Sonny
me?
did.
Why is it always but Jim Ross? I just try to live my life, and all these women constantly throwing themselves at me. Hot damn. What other like divas throwing themselves at Jim Ross?
Well, he said he dated Missy Hyatt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he says that she said he was the best boyfriend she ever had.
Steven, were you waving goodbye?
No, my internet was going a little wonky. I thought I might have disappeared.
Yeah. So Jim Ross, who knew he was such a ladies' man?
We want to know though, the women out there, Jujubee and Geraldine. What do you, are both of you enamored by JR? Do you think they want to sauce it? They want to they want to slobber knocker with the. They want to get crazy as a pet coon with Jim Ross.
I don't think
about to pick up.
I bet you. I don't know. Geraldine, she might be into him. All right, and sure, we got some questions here from the Headyverse.
Questions from the Headyverse?
Nakia wants to know, Conan thinks it's time for Kenny Omega to stop being a big fish in a little pond. Calls for I guess go to WWE. Well, the thing is, he's not just a wrestler in AEW, though. He's also, isn't he? Yeah, he's executive vice president. So the idea, like, I'll just leave and go wrestle in WWE, it's like, okay, that's all well and good. But you're also executive vice president of this company, which is also, I assume, you get a lot of money for. So, and how much time does the guy have left? If he wasn't that, I get the idea, like, I have a limited amount of time. Maybe I'll try this. But at the same time, it's also, I have a limited amount of time. If I can't wrestle for much longer, or who knows what happens to his body, now at this point, well, I could still be EVP of this company. Like, should I leave and abandon all that? Like,
Well, I'll just
he's
say
not just a talent in the show, is what I'm saying.
It worked out well for the last guy, but if he does do it, I'll forever be forced to call you a piece of.
Yeah, I don't foresee it happening.
No, Kenny's just doing a Wikipedia search. Kenny's 41 years old. He's just recovering from.
Yeah, the never like I had the same thing, and I was told not to do many things because you don't want to take Impact where you had the surgery. So and I'm not a wrestler, so taking bumps on it is insane to me.
So I think his window is closing. I don't think WWE at this point in his career they take him.
I think they would. I think they would, but
they would just despite AEW. For anything else.
Yeah, they definitely would, because it would be almost like the knockout blow. I think.
They do have that habit.
And he's well liked amongst other wrestlers. Like the Bucks are very, like, people are really split, but very very few people besides like Cornette like say anything bad about Kenny Omega as a person. And they would take him because he's the top guy and one of the guys who started the company for sure. They would, and I think he would do well there too. Honestly, if it wasn't for being EVP, like, I would hate to see him go, but I would understand it. But I do think, like, okay, I can retire here and be part of this company that's got this giant TV deal and also get other people work. like give all that up for one. I mean, if he wanted to, I could see him doing it, but I don't really foresee it happening.
I can disappoint all the AEW fans that believed in me, that really believed that they were going to start another company and this new revolution. I could be just like Cody Rhodes.
Cody's
If that ever happened, I could see Bryan Danielson taking his spot as AVP.
Yeah,
if he ever went to WWE.
I really think they should give him a shot as to help. I really think a big thing is Tony Khan needs someone to help book the show. And I'm not people say, oh, get rid of Tony Khan. You can't just get rid of the guy who owns the company, but he should have someone to help book. And I that's fine him overseeing all the booking, but you should have someone with more experience. And not even just that, but hardly anyone has like these giant where they're just a booker forever. Even like, big time bookers would take breaks.
Yeah.
Very few people, except for probably like Paul Heyman was like a full-time like booking guy for so long. And
yeah, but he loved the sport at times.
Yeah, and he's really changed with the times, which a lot of people couldn't do. Even back like in Memphis, they would go back and forth with Cornette, Lawler and Dundee and stuff. Yeah.
Jarrett.
I just had a strange thought. Has Booker T ever been a booker?
I don't know. Kenny's a million times better than Cody. I'm just gonna be honest. I wouldn't say that. I do think I would rather watch him as I really do like Cody, honestly. But I gotta be honest. Cody is a much better talker.
Booker T did have his own federation.
Yeah, honestly though, Cody's weird. I mean, his promos are over, and I'm surprised, but I'm surprised the crowd hasn't turned on him because he does come off like a heel. He's very phony and always kind of braggadocious. It's weird.
Whiny a lot of times.
Yeah, but they still love it.
Generation.
No, I mean, I don't agree with this. That Dixie's better than Tony Khan. Definitely not. I mean, I thought TNA was just terrible. I was not even a wrestling. I was not watching wrestling really at all when until AEW started. It really reinvigorated my fandom of wrestling.
The same for me.
Yeah. 25 years since WCW sold out. A history-making show. Bret Hart finally got seen by a proper doctor. What? The Radicals last night. Vince Russo removed from power. The company went completely upside down. Morale at an absolute low. Any memories? I don't remember any of those sold out shows being good, honestly.
The last
some of them were never released on video either. I think that was one of the weaker pay-per-views.
Yeah. You saying Inchman?
The last comment by Tyler S was pretty funny. And I shouldn't even be pointing it out, but
Booker T or OIB, who did more damage to the Wendy's? Yeah, I agree, Nate. I say just fire all these. Anyone who you should tell them you got to show up and do stuff, and if not, then just fire them. I mean, you can't just collect this huge money and just sit at home.
Yeah, you gotta do what the guy who's paying you wants to a certain extent.
Yeah, I could if you got to go out there and roll in a puddle of mud or something, but I understand he's not asking when to do anything.
I think Vince even had people do that.
Yeah. Director, writer David Lynch. Yeah, David Lynch passed away. Any memories? Well, we talked a lot about this on Without Your Head, but do you have any memories, Incher, of David Lynch?
I've seen a lot of David Lynch films. I'm not necessarily a huge fan, but The Elephant Man. I thought Eraserhead was just kind of disturbing.
I'm not a fan of Eraserhead.
Yeah.
When I watched Eraserhead, I just didn't get it.
Yeah, it was just out there for the sakes of being out there, it seemed like. But I mean, I know a lot of people love it.
Yeah, it's a huge midnight movie.
Have you guys seen the one where the old guy had to ride the lawnmower to see his brother?
No, I know that. Yeah, I've never seen it. I've heard good things about that though.
I saw half of it. I had company that night. So
No. I mean, I love the first season of Twin Peaks, part of the second season. I really like the movie, which some people don't. Firewalk with Me. I hated the third season. Blue Velvet, probably my favorite movie of his.
I'd say the
Relevant
performance of Dennis Hopper is probably one of the best things in Blue Velvet. So
yeah,
probably Blue Velvet would be one of my favorites. Elephant Man, I like the Elephant Man really well.
Yeah. But I do like that he's a guy who made what he wanted to make, and I think that's important.
I love David Lynch.
He didn't, make something that he wasn't into. He made stuff that he wanted to make, and I think that's important in any artist.
I saw Lost Highway. It's been a long time since I've seen it though.
That's a good movie.
Yeah.
WWE and TNA Wrestling have we talked about this. The Keel Wrestling Observer News. At this point, Malachi Black, Miro, Ricky Starks, and Ray Phoenix are all of the same list of people who are not likely to be used in AEW. One day their deals will expire, and when they do, they'll be in WWE. Your thoughts? I just let these people go. Just fire them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what is your benefit. You just pay people and don't use them.
Is Tony not using them because he just finds them to be problematic, or is he like?
I think he's not using them because he knows they want to leave.
Yeah,
which does suck, but at the same time, it's like, okay, then just fire him. I don't know.
Like, could he let him go?
What are you doing? Just
what grounds would you be able to let him go? Is what I'm saying.
Well, if they want out, you probably could just okay, you're out. But I would assume it's breach of contract as well. If he's saying you have to show up and they're not, but I don't know the details. I mean, Ricky Stark says he was willing to show up and he just hasn't used them, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just wondering from his standpoint, does he not want to let him go? And then I
think his idea don't want to let him go. Then they just appear on WWE. But if they're going to go there anyway, I mean.
Well, I'm saying legally, could they say I was? Well,
but if they actively want out of their contract, then you could just come to an agreement. We're going to let you out.
Yeah.
Ray Phoenix is very open. He's been wanting out. In fact, his contract expired, but he added time on because of the injuries. So he's actively keeping him there. To me, in my opinion, out of spite. Your favorite matches?
Rich kid, maybe.
Your favorite? I mean, also we owe a lot to him that there's another wrestling company, but I don't like this kind of stuff. Your favorite matches and moments with Christopher Daniels?
Oh, Christopher Daniels. Favorite matches and moments with him. Always loved his older ROH stuff whenever he would come out and wrestle people. I think he had a great match with Bryan Danielson, and I liked the three-way on TNA. It was the night we did Wrestling News Live. What was that? Was it Genesis or was it
Unbreakable?
Yeah, they had some great stuff in TNA. Yeah. They had some really good matches with Christopher Daniels.
That was TNA at their best, I think, 2005.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought it was a huge highlight of TNA. Him, Samoa Joe, AJ Styles, and really looking back when they brought in Hogan and all those guys was really the downfall. That's why I like all these. I actually like the Jarrett stuff. Well, I like the Jarrett. I hated this week. I thought Jarrett's promo was god awful with MJF. I thought his jokes were just bombs. They were terrible. He said "call girl" 80 times. Your mom's a call girl. Your mom's a call girl. I was like, God, this is pitiful stuff, Jarrett. Really? I normally like him in AEW, but you had a segment with Jeff Jarrett, MVP Wrestling, who I don't think is wise to have him wrestle. He's the only one of the group that looks old, so I don't I think he's much better used as a manager. I don't think there's any benefit to him being in the ring. Adam Copeland, Christian. There was just like this big plethora of Dustin Rhodes. And I don't dislike any of these people, but it was all in a row. And I was like, wow, this shows just like all these old men. Like it's not a good look when it's like 5 or 6 segments in a row and it's all these guys in their 50s or close to their 50s.
I'm not digging this whole Cope versus Moxley either, which I'm not really that into the Moxley stuff anyhow, but like Cope.
No, and to me, it doesn't even fit. Like it should be an AEW like original guy, not someone who just got there and is not. He'll never be thought of as an AEW guy. And like, I mean, they've never established what's even happening, but in theory, you'd think it would be because he's been fighting the AEW like beloved people like Orange and stuff. You would think it'd be like an AEW guy who's going for the belt, not not just some big name that used to be in WWE. Yeah, it does. That's not interesting at all to me.
51 years old.
What?
Adam Copeland is 51 years old.
Yeah, and I mean, there's stuff you could do. Honestly, just think him with FTR is probably the way to go because then you could put the trios belts on them. It would be a legit big thing. You could main event or have him high up on the card, and then you could protect Adam Copeland. You can just come in and do some cool big spots. The crowd be happy and have FTR work most of the match. And I'm not saying never do a big match with him, but I don't really want to see him going for the title again at the moment. 3 years ago today, Cody Rhodes cut his final AEW promo talking CM Punk being the Forbidden Door, taking shots at WWE, Gunther, McGillivray, Ricky Starks, Lethal Injection, Brody King, and his desired contract with Tony Khan. That was any memories, but it was really weird. I just assumed he was staying because you wouldn't think they'd have a guy without a contract on the TV so much, but he did really leave. It was very weird.
I was shocked also that Vince let him use his entrance with AEW music.
Yeah, I guess he owns that, or does Cody own that, or
he might have. I think he has permission from the band. I guess. I guess AEW doesn't own it. So.
Like I have no clue who the band is, but that's the only thing that I know of them. So I don't know if they're like big. Otherwise, I guess not. But
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, I've never even heard of them.
You think with MVP, like if you're gonna have him wrestle again, I guess make it a big deal. But I think it hurt the Hurt Syndicate because he didn't look terrible, but he's the oldest looking of the three. The other two guys look really dominant. He doesn't. The other two don't look their age. And I'm just like, and he's a great manager. I don't understand what the whole purpose of it is.
Yeah.
They need to add new members.
Yeah, they need another.
One of the Acclaim guys should go in, I think.
I agree. One of them, or
because he was handing out cards and like they
really
never added anybody.
Yeah. And if they're gonna go for the tag,
something goes nowhere in AEW.
If they're gonna go for the tag titles, they should have tag matches. But ever since they announced they're going for the tag titles, they either wrestle in the 6-man or it's Lashley versus one guy, and it's like, well, why don't they just? They had like one tag match. Why would they even get a title shot to begin with? They should be going through tag teams as a tag team to get a title shot. I mean, it's pretty simple stuff.
Yeah.
PCO we talked about. In another world, Kurt Angle managed Chad Gable and then had his retirement match with him. Instead, they gave him an undercard squash match job one of the WrestleMania nights. Yeah, didn't he? I think there wasn't Kurt Angle's last match versus Baron Corbin.
Yeah, he jobbed to him. That was terrible.
God,
poor Kurt. I felt bad for him.
Who the hell would
that? And then Batista had his ninth match right after that, and they went like 25 minutes or 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Now Baron Corbin ain't even around WWE.
Yeah, what's his name? Like Peter Peacock.
Prescott something. Prescott, or what is it? Prescott, or what is it?
It's a really
don't know.
weird name. I know someone on the group got mad because someone said it wasn't a good name. It's like, it's his real name. It's like, well, that's nice. Doesn't mean it's good. Baron Corbin's real name. I always want to say Corbin Burnson.
The rest of Corbin Burnson would be pretty awesome.
Thomas Pescock. Thomas Pescock. Not a good name. I get it, it's his real name. But and look, Michael Hickenbottom's not a great name. It might be his real name, but he didn't come out the Heartbreak Kid Michael Hickenbottom.
I would have changed that if I was him. I would have changed it.
Yeah.
In real life.
Exactly. He doesn't have to wrestle as Thomas Pescock. He could.
He's just a Hickenbottom.
Not that Baron Corbin's great either. I mean,
he's got a big cock.
Oh my! I think he should just change his name to Press.
It's not even Press. It's Pest Talk.
Pest. So he can't be Pest. Here comes Pest.
Pest Doc.
Yeah.
How about just the Ock?
The Ock.
I don't know. What about the octopus there in
Jonathan Grisham?
Yeah, does he ever do anything on NXT?
I don't know. I don't watch NXT.
He should just walk in and like, none of these guys are in the top PWI 20. I was number 10 once. Would you never think Okada is one of the greatest wrestlers of the last 25 years? He's either picking up a check for minimal effort or those years being the main event on top of New Japan have done him in. What do you think? I know my brother and everyone here probably disagrees with me, but I think he's nothing. I think he's just nothing. There's nothing there to me.
I like Okada, but I don't think he's been used real well in AEW. I think they kind of just I don't know. I mean, like, I don't think people are looking for like this guy who flips off people and from Okada. I don't think that's the way he works, but that's what they've done with him in AEW. So I think if they made him, for whatever reason, it's like they have trouble like presenting somebody as like real prestigious in a way.
Yeah, it's weird because they're the company that is supposed to be different, but they really don't use Japanese guys. They use them on the show, but they don't really present them very well.
No, they
Besides,
just put them out there.
Takeshita, I think.
Outside of that,
and the luchadors they present for shit. I mean, they just treat them like job guys, honestly.
Troy here, the Flea. He says Okada left most of his great stuff in New Japan. Lots of great matches there. So that's your big Bubby. He's telling you, Jack. You need to listen. Your big Bubby's telling you.
That's totally fine, but that is the AEW mindset that you're just supposed to know all this stuff and just love them because of the past. But I'm watching the present, and they need to like explain to me why I should care about them, and they haven't. And when I watch them, usually I'm just like, who cares? And then every once in a while, he does have a good match when he's like wrestling Will Ospreay or something. But most of the time, I'm just like, who gives a fuck?
I like the Rainmaker, but I don't think he's been used great in AEW. But it's kind of an AEW problem. They do it with everybody just about. You're excited when they come in, and then they don't push them very well. I mean,
he's really lost now without the
Bucks.
Yeah, he's just this guy, kind of.
Like, why are the Bucks gone? Like, I mean,
there was never a payoff to that angle at all. Like, they beat up the boss in front of his dad, and then they ran the company, then they just ran away from Moxley, and we've never seen him since.
Or like that Omega story where they flipped over his hospital.
Yeah, they were going to beat up. They even made fun of him getting the operation, and now he's back, and none of those guys are even there.
It's just it's very just anticlimactic, you know.
Yeah, you know what happened to Jungle Boy's not around either, is he?
Maybe his bus broke down and he couldn't get to the shows.
Looking for glass.
I just want real glass. Why won't you let me use real glass?
It's my birthday today, January 22nd.
Oh, happy birthday.
Well, happy birthday, though.
It's not the 22nd yet,
No.
but it's almost there. Should we
I
wait
agree.
till the 22nd?
Definitely. I think that's one of the worst booking decisions in the history of the company that Ospreay lost in the tournament to Okada. Eddie Edwards will be with TNA as long as AJ Styles in a few months. As long as? Who had a better career? Oh, I see. Eddie Edwards has been in TNA as long as AJ Styles was in TNA. That's kind of weird to think about. Who had a better TNA career? I mean,
AJ.
AJ
Styles.
I mean, he was TNA for the
Yeah.
Sean Rossap of Fightful Select also reported that many in TNA are expecting Alexander to be finishing soon, but his contract runs into February. Alexander's confirmed. He just said Alexander. Josh Alexander has confirmed that he will be a free agent on February 15th. He has made it clear that he wants to see what he's worth on the open market. Well, that's smart.
Yeah, I think if you don't get any fillers from WWE, you might just want to stick with TNA. I mean, if AEW wants him, but I guess I don't know. I mean, it's not the best time to be like, see you later, TNA. I mean,
yeah, right. I mean, it is the closest thing to getting into WWE at the moment.
I mean, who would have ever thought? I mean, who expected this? TNA is like almost WWE anymore.
I listened to a Matt and Jeff Hardy interview. I'm glad they are doing well and finished wrestling on their own terms. Shame that didn't work out in AEW. I wish no ill will on them, but I could not care less about either of those guys. I hated seeing Matt Hardy for the last several years. I thought his stuff in AEW is just god awful.
I think we've used them for all they're worth, and we need to just take them behind that woodshed and just get rid of them.
Look, I'm not a guy who hates addicts or anything like that, and but Jeff was given many shots, and he's a guy who put other people's life in danger in a time that everyone knows better. You can't. Back in the day, maybe you can make the excuse who knew, whatever. But nowadays, not only know better, but there's so many outlets to get rides. You could use, Uber, Lyft, or you could have called his brother. You could have called somebody new to drive when you're all wasted and stuff. I mean,
that's not extreme.
I didn't say fuck that guy.
It's not extreme to ride Uber. Gotta live for the moment, man.
On this day in 2010, Douglas Williams, wow, that's a name I forgot, cashed his Feast or Fired briefcase before defeating Amazing Red to become the new X Division champion on Impact from the Impact Zone in Orlando, Florida. Any memories? No.
I swear, I think he just wants to hear it. I don't remember.
I remember that name, Douglas.
Yeah, he was like the heavier one in that team. I think he was pretty good. We haven't seen him.
It is too bad that there was a lot of really talented guys that were in TNA at various times that really never went anywhere and just kind of forgotten,
Anarchia and
what's your favorite?
Douglas Williams and
A1,
yeah.
Cheeks.
Hell yeah, Cheeks. Puppet.
But there were good guys. Like who was the guy that kind of mimicked The Rock before Ricky Starks?
It's something.
Monty.
No.
Well, he was good too, Monty Brown. But
Someone with an S.
Yeah, he
Sonny
really.
Siaki.
Yeah,
Sonny
Sonny
Siaki,
Siaki.
that's it.
Yeah, he was a pretty talented guy, a lot of charisma. You know, it was like his last run, but Kid Cash did good stuff in TNA there. Vance Archer, like, I like Vance, but he's getting kind of ragged looking. But he was good in TNA.
Everybody dies. He's the Murder Hog Monster, Jack.
That
So
name,
what's up?
I always think is a big detriment. The Murder Hawk Monster. It's not a good name. Sounds like something a little kid would come up with. Like, I'm gonna be the Murder Hawk Monster. Like, it's just really lame.
Well, when you say it like that,
That should be his promos. He just comes out, drinks like, oh, I'm here with it. He goes, I'm the Murder Hawk Monster.
He's not with Jake anymore, Jack.
Yeah.
He's with Don Callis
Yeah.
crew. I don't know why they made that switch. Like,
I don't know either. It's a weird fit.
They
It's just
put they put Jake with the luchador guys, which is
Yeah,
weird, with their
no
root.
sense
And,
at all.
I think they've had one promo.
like-
I thought
when
it
I
was
think
decent.
Lucha, I think Jake the Snake Roberts.
Like, why'd they do that?
Is that at least an evil Mexican?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess
know.
they are a little evil. I
The
mean,
Beast.
they got the Beast Mortos, and
Man, they've really wasted the Beast. This guy was like,
yeah, he was
like
pretty
just
awesome.
over, and yeah, I don't think he ever wins. He went
No, he
winless in the
doesn't.
tournament. Him and Commander as a talent is amazing, but you just say the name and it's like a joke because he's like a total job guy.
No, he's the commander, Jack.
On this day in 1997, Randy Macho Man Savage made his WCW return after a 3-month hiatus on Nitro from the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. Being confronted by Crow, Sting, any memories?
Nope.
No, didn't he first cut a promo on Saturday night?
I don't know. The last time I remember come back, remember they just showed his boots like walking, and then he was in the ring or something.
I think
Was that in
Miguel just
TNA?
like to make us struggle to remember things. We're just
I
like,
seem to recall.
Well,
The first time-
1997 is like 20, what, almost 30
I
years
still
ago.
know.
I don't know.
I seem to recall the first time I saw Macho Man on Saturday night, or on WCW, he was cutting a promo with Mean Gene on Saturday night. I could go back and look, but I remember he cut a promo saying on Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, it's so weird. That was the show like I look forward to the most with that WCW Saturday Night, and how like forgotten it became like in just a few years. You know, with the rise of Nitro and Raw.
I like the promo he came out and cut when him and Gorgeous George was high as hell. He was like, oh yeah,
I
Macho
still kind of
Man."
like. There was a last run of WCW Saturday Night when like Jimmy Hart was booking it, I guess, and you would see guys that like were out of the power plant, and then you also would have like a little like mini feud with like the Cuban Assassin and Hacksaw Duck, and I kind of liked it. It was just like its own little world.
Yeah.
It was one of the guys that was in the God, what was his name? It was one of the guys that was in the what was the group there from all the guys that were in the out of the power plant? You know, it was like
Oh,
Horseshoe.
Natural
and-
Born Killers.
Yeah,
Natural Born Killers.
Yeah, it was like one of them was like he was just a basketball player on Saturday night. He came out with a basketball.
Oh, Mark Jindrak. I think it was
Yeah,
Jindrak.
no.
Was it?
Yeah, I think it was the other one. Wasn't it? Was it?
Sean O'Hare, maybe?
No, maybe it was. It was Jindrak. It was Mark Jindrak. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like just such a terrible gimmick. He just came out like basketball shorts and a basketball.
You're wrestling, dude. You're not playing basketball.
I kind of liked it just because it was so bad. But and then you had like Hole in One, Barry Dark. Then there was like this makeshift tag team. Yeah. It was like then they tried to do this team was Barry Darsow and Nord the Barbarian, but he was whatever his real name was, John Nord.
Yeah.
And they were only on like once or maybe twice, but like they were trying to make him this new badass team. And I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. I thought, but then like you never saw him again after 2 weeks. So I remember because like Nord would put put a guy in like the Campbell clutch, and Barry Darsow would come in the ring and put the sunglasses on him while he was doing the Campbell clutch, and this was their finisher for some reason. But it just was like they were building this team of something, and I think it was either 1 or 2 weeks, and then never seen again. Like I don't know. I just kind of like that kind of stuff that went nowhere. On this day in 2010. Plus, there was just kind of fun seeing these guys that have been around for so long, and you're like, oh, this guy's gonna have another run now, Nord the Barbarian, but it doesn't happen. On this day in 2010, TNA presented Genesis. Notable moments: 4-sided ring introduced. It's weird because I never cared about how many sides of the ring, but I do think that did hurt, because I remember fans being really upset because they loved the 8-sided ring for whatever reason.
That was another Hogan and Bischoff.
Yeah, I think it was more not necessarily like, oh, we hate 4 sides. It's just like kind of like visually, it's like we're tearing down what you like, and now it's just going to be completely different. You can't just run off your actual audience.
Brought in by guys that they don't necessarily like.
Yeah, and then I remember right away, like Val Venus comes in and just like beats Christopher Daniels, and I was like, who the hell cares about Val Venus in like 2007 or 8 or whatever?
Yeah, that was the WWE Seniors Tour. You had the Nasty Boys, Mr. Anderson, Val Venus.
Well,
Ric
I will say, I think I
Hulk
wouldn't
Hogan.
put Anderson in. Like, I know he's from W, but I mean, he wasn't around decades like these other guys. So, and he did come off a pretty big run.
He was kind of a
I
top
would put
guy
him
at
a
that
little
time,
different.
too.
Yeah, he was still a guy
In
that
WWE.
run. Yeah, he was a guy. To me, he was a guy like you could argue should have been bigger in WWE. So I kind of see that as a guy you probably should bring in. But guys like Val Venus is just like,
Didn't he make?
He got
somebody
hurt
mad?
when they were going to put them. I think he got hurt when
And
he had the
I-
Money in the Bank, because remember he lost it to Edge on Raw one
Yeah,
time.
and I think
Just
he
like
had
out of the
some
blue.
addiction issues too. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was a big fan though. He was a guy I really thought was like, oh, this is going to be the next like Rock level guy, because he came out and he would be so over just doing the Kennedy, or Anderson, whatever it was.
He dropped somebody and they got Orton.
Yeah, I think he just the wrong people didn't like him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, he pissed somebody off.
Yeah, but he just like he was a fine worker, but like the intangibles, like he definitely had the it factor. Like he definitely should have been a big star at that time.
It's probably like he was in a group conversation, and then like some various pictures were shared, and he was like, "This isn't right, guys." And then they're like,
You shouldn't
"Get
shit
rid-
on women. What the fuck? Look at this fucking guy.
Get rid of him! How dare he?"
No, this isn't true. That he was stealing stuff out of people's bags. That's just made up stuff. On this day in 2010, TNA presented Genesis. We did that one. I'm sorry. Any memories? Yeah, went over that. Oh, also, Beer Money defeated Kevin Nash and X-Pac.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
Oh, and this was on there. Sean Morley in his TNA debut defeated Christopher Daniels. Yeah.
Wow.
Interest Team Hernandez and Matt Morgan defeated the British Invasion.
No, that Hernandez, that's not my guy. It's Anarchy.
Matt Morgan is.
Oh, Matt Moore. Ew. Jeez. That's your guy. You had like a boner after he was like, "I like your suit, dude." And you're like, "Oh man, Matt Morgan's the best."
He is a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, see.
Magnus defeated Sting in his final TNA match to retain the TNA World Heavyweight Championship on Impact from the Van Braun Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Any memories? I believe Jobs was there. That's where he broke his leg.
Jumping up and down.
He's like, yeah, and he's firing his guns, in the air, throwing babies in the air.
They're not even his. Where did he get them?
You can buy him at the stands in Alabama.
See, I don't think Jackie Jones should ever have a baby because he has a strange fascination about throwing him in the air.
That's why I've never had any insurance.
Well, they do claim that they bounce.
I tried to give intra babies, but it's just that don't stick for some reason.
Oh, you two will work it out.
But
you need time together.
Deuce Domino and Cherry made their WWE debuts on SmackDown. Were you a fan?
I kind of like that they announced they're from the other side of the tracks.
I hate that kind of stuff so much, honestly. Like that, or from Her Mama's Kitchen, or even what's the name? Who I like the Latino girl, Latina in AEW, and they always say from like the graveyard. I'm like
the graveyard.
Thunder Rosa.
Yeah. I like Thunder Rosa, but I was just kind of like groan when they say from the graveyard.
What about Parts Unknown?
Yeah, I mean, like in the 80s when I was like 10, it's kind of funny, but even now, I think Parts Unknown is better than From Her Mama's Kitchen.
Since you shamed me so much about where I'm from, for now on, when people ask where I'm from straight from your mama's kitchen.
I'm going to go on record. I actually do like Parts Unknown, but Nate, Incher, Michael, Steven, Job's out there, Ludite, Tyler, Troy. You know, Parts Unknown, that's fine. Even that might even make sense. You might not know where this guy's from, but you can't say someone's from your mama's kitchen. I mean, this is bad. Like her gimmick is she's actually like, what is her gimmick supposed to be? She's actually like cake batter.
Well, we're
like living cake batter, and she comes out and she's like stirring cake, and I'm like, come on, like what the hell am I watching?
Are you serious?
Didn't she?
Yeah, her name's Red Velvet, and they
Red
say
Velvet.
From Her Mama's Kitchen, and she comes out. Doesn't have a bowl, but she's like like that. She's stirring a bowl, and I'm like, come on, man, this is so rotten.
This is why I don't watch modern wrestling.
I don't know. I think anybody who's like straight from your mama's kitchen is pretty badass. I mean,
my mom couldn't cook.
It's bad.
I think you're dead.
She's actually pretty decent, but the gimmick is just like, oh my god.
Well, then, if they're gonna do that, they should do vignettes of her actually in a kitchen cooking something or baking something.
Right. It was like when
it's still worse than being a basketball player at a wrestling show.
Yeah, but I like that. Like I didn't think like, oh wow, this should main event Starrcade. This guy with a basketball. I kind of just like, oh man, this is really dumb.
Basketball Jones.
So someone comes out like from her mama's kitchen. I'm not like, oh yeah, this should be really pushed really hard, but it's just rotten. It's rotten. And if Mark Jindrak was like from the courts, like, from the locker room, hailing from the shower. This is bad stuff.
Yikes.
You really like that when they say from her mama's kitchen and she comes out and she's air beating like batter?
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Just
It was
because
like-
you don't like it.
What was the blonde's gimmick in it was because I think Julie Hart's actually great as the it's like the witch character, but when she was the cheerleader and the other two guys, they were like high school like jocks or something.
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
That's
this
Brian
is so
Pillman.
bad. It was who was that guy with the long
Griff
hair?
Garrison.
Hollywood.
Griff Garrison.
Yeah, Rick Garrison.
Griff Garrison.
Griff Garrison and Pillman Jr. And they were like high school like jocks with a cheerleader. And like didn't they even show them once at like their lockers or something? I was like, what in the hell is this? And it wasn't now if they would have presented it like comedy, like they thought they were in high school or something, like I might have enjoyed it, but it was so bad. Like they were even supposed to be baby faces, or like who in the hell would think this is good in modern day? Never.
If they were more outrunner-ish, they would.
Yes. Then it could possibly work, honestly.
Okay.
the way it was presented. And then Griff Garrison was a guy. So they signed Edge, and he gets this giant pop, honestly. And then one of his like first matches is he has like a 20-minute match versus Griff Garrison. I was like, why? Like, he has like very limited matches because he's, like, he's like 60, and like, you assume you save him for pay-per-view or something. Like, you're gonna do a 20-minute match with Griff Garrison? And I remember people arguing, oh, it's gonna really elevate Griff Garrison. Have you seen him since? I don't think I've seen the guy. He retired. He's like, I got beat by Edge. I've lived my lifelong dream. I was in the ring with Edge. Now I'm just going to give up.
No, he's on Ring of Honor.
Well, he might as well be retired then.
No, come on now.
You pay for that to see Griff Garrison?
Well, I mean, I'm not
Is
saying
he like the champ?
I'm not sure what
They don't have the champs on Ring of Honor. They have Griff Garrison.
He was
What's
like
he wrestling the Librarian?
He was in the stable where Maria was over him, but Maria's moving on, so I don't know what he's going to be doing now.
The Varsity
It's been a while
Blondes.
since I watched, honestly. Yeah, Varsity Blondes. Sorry, I said Hollywood Blondes. That's
The Hollywood Blondes is good. The Varsity Blondes. But I'll say this.
Well, they came out like you were filming. They're like, I got a camera.
Yeah, but it wasn't. They didn't say like they did. It's completely different.
What are they? The badass cameraman? Is that what they are?
That's like if you like pretend to shoot a little like Switchblade or something. He's not actually thinking you're shooting a guy or something. But
And since when have you had a camera that did this? The 30s?
yeah, well, maybe it was the
Steve
foreshadow.
Austin.
Are you
In the
gonna
30s?
compare? Are you comparing Red Velvet to Steve Austin and Brian Pillman?
I think they're on par, yes.
Oh my! From her fucking mama's kitchen, Jesus Christ!
Stirred it. Yeah.
The movie Executive Decision is back on Netflix. Okay. Fuck me! I loved it again. Did you?
Is that a Kurt Russell movie?
Yeah, Kurt Russell.
I never heard of it.
Halle Berry. Steven Seagal is in it.
Steven
Hell
Seagal's in it?
Yep.
So
Now
you know it's
just
good.
Oh yeah, this is like a '90s movie.
Yeah.
John Leguizamo.
John Leguizamo was in it.
Cast. Marla Maple.
Didn't John Leguizamo's have
Marlon
like a
Maple?
story about
Oliver
Holy
Platt. What intro? Sorry.
Didn't John Leguizamo's have like a bad story about Seagal in that one or something?
I think everyone had a bad story about it. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say it like they had a good experience with Steven Seagal.
I think that's why he dies at the beginning. Steven Seagal.
I don't
like,
laugh.
they're like, let's just make him the character that dies. I can't even remember that. I don't know if I've ever even seen it.
Oh, it was
also has Whip Hubley's also in it.
Oh, Republic. Any memories?
Do I know this guy?
He was in Top Gun and Species. He's kind of big for a while.
Oh, Species. Which one was he in Species? I remember
The one that she killed?
I think he's funny. He's pretty big at the time.
the one that she puts the tongue through his head. Is that the?
I don't fucking remember. He was Hollywood in Top Gun.
Hollywood and Top Gun.
Yeah,
I guess I could just look up Whip Hubley.
Yeah, I think she kills him in the hot tub with Whip Hubley. That name rules though, Whip Hubley. Yeah, he's making out.
Now,
with
if
her
he
in the hot
came out
tub.
like he was whipping something in a bowl, would that be good? Because his name is Whip.
No. Did you do anything nice on Martin Luther King Day?
I just sat in my room basically.
Are you supposed to do nice things on Martin Luther King Day?
I don't know if I am. This is news.
I didn't get my mail because there was no mail.
Uh,
I don't know, what did I do yesterday? I don't remember. I think I wrote some scenes in a script. But then you don't normally like do like an event on Martin Luther King Day.
yeah.
You sat at a lunch counter with everybody.
I sat in the front of the bus.
Yeah, well, No, you would sit in the back.
I should sit in the back of the bus, right?
Yeah, it's your turn.
I'm just being an asshole if I'm like, I'm in the fucking front of the bus.
Yeah, we got a Matt and Jeff Hardy fan in the.
I told Jonathan Jackson to get to the back of the bus.
Oops.
He would find that funny, and sure you know.
Yeah, he would.
Right.
I'm not just assuming anything, Jack. Staying out of it. You're going
it is funny though. This was the first Raw, I think, forever where you didn't see like Vince McMahon with like comparing himself to Martin Luther King. That was always the worst. When every Raw, when it was Martin Luther King Day, it would be Vince. Like he'd have like the Martin Luther King like speech like behind him. And
yeah,
like, come on, dude, what the fuck?
Do you think
they had Teddy Long and he had Vince's picture right next to Martin Luther King in his office when he was SmackDown general manager?
His two heroes. But I've heard Teddy Long in interviews. I think that's probably accurate because I heard him. He's like Vince McMahon. He's a good. And then they're like, I remember I saw this interview. He's like saying Vince McMahon was innocent. I had the utmost respect for Vince McMahon. They're like, well, what about Johnny Ace? He's guilty as hell.
God,
I'm pretty sure.
Basically, say Johnny Ace like got Vince McMahon involved. It's like, come on. Dude.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure if Martin Luther King was alive today, I don't think he would be a fan of Vince.
He'd be a big fan of Vince McMahon. No, I don't think so. I hope not. Yep, this is Lexar. The upcoming WWE Saturday night's main event is going to air for free on their Spanish YouTube page for Latin American countries. Are you intrigued?
It's pretty awesome.
I guess. I don't know. Sure, cool.
It's free for us too. If you just put an antenna up, you can just get it.
And it's what is it on? It's on Netflix.
It's on it's on
NBC.
NBC, yeah.
I mean,
are they streaming it on Netflix too, or is it?
I don't know.
On Peacock.
I mean,
on Peacock.
Yeah, I get
Peacock
that.
and NBC.
Yeah, I get that on my cable too. I get local channels.
Yeah, they have it on cable here too.
The rumored location for WrestleMania 42 next year is going to be in New Orleans. Are you intrigued? Well, I don't want to get.
Thank God it's not Saudi Arabia.
That's
it'd be easier to go to than the Royal Rumble.
I've never been to New Orleans.
I haven't either.
I really want to go when I was a big drinker, but I don't drink anymore. But I'm sure the food's still good though.
Mm-hmm.
They're having the Super Bowl there this year, so it'd probably be in the same venue, maybe.
Yeah. WWE has removed the Fortnite logo off the Raw canvas. Are you sad? I'm so brokenhearted about this, Lexar.
No, I don't really care.
I heard you crying.
I agree with this. I think it's Christian's best work, honestly. I think he's just a great heel. That would be a guy I really think you could go more with. I know I was talking about there's so many older guys there, but if you got to pick and choose, and that would be a guy I would do something with. They've almost kind of, I wouldn't say missed the boat, but I do think you could have done more with them like a year or so ago. Will Ospreay, magnificent. I agree.
When they first signed Christian, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'd have Christian beat Cope, just beat him in the ring. 1, 2, 3. But anyhow,
when they first signed him, my reaction was like when they signed Mark Henry or Big Show.
I agree.
Why are they signing Christian?
I was 100% Michael on the show. Is like this is like just a huge waste of time. And like that first, like I don't know, 6 months or whatever, I was like, why is this guy on the show? And then when he turned heel, it was great. And then he's just had a great run, great heel work. He comes out that smug look on his face, and like he's legit hated. Where you don't get that really too much in wrestling anymore. Just tremendous stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. He exceeded expectations.
Yeah,
It
so
better,
maybe
way better than his
Big
TNA
Show's
run.
just waiting. He's like, I'm going to show you guys what I can do. Any thoughts, intro, on WWE removing the Fortnite logo from the wrestling match?
I think it's great. I think they
Well,
should
Lexar is very
remove.
sad.
I don't like the canvas. I'm not that crazy about like the look of it. I think it's kind of funky. I don't know.
I'll be honest, that kind of stuff
I
I
agree.
really don't care about. But
Like
I prefer the old-fashioned, the white mat.
I get mad whenever I see the Riyadh season one. That's just like, damn it. Why do
Yeah, I
have
hate
on
that.
there? Riyadh season.
AEW has reportedly moved on from Britt Baker. It's been noted that she's very difficult to work with. I don't know. When you say stuff like it's been reported, what does that even mean? I mean, just some guy on the internet said this.
She could show up on the show tomorrow.
Yeah. Jeff Hardy said that he could be a bigger star than John Cena if personal problems weren't the issue. Thoughts? Nah. I do think he could have been a much bigger star than he has been, Jeff Hardy, and would have had more longevity in WWE. I mean, he's had great longevity, really, but he could have never been bigger than Cena because he doesn't have any promo skills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't. It's not like a knock on him. He just doesn't have it like that way. It's a different kind of guy. This guy has charisma and stuff. Joe Henry won the TNA World Championship at the Genesis pay-per-view last Sunday. He says he wants to challenge John Cena and put his world title on the line. Damn, that's pretty fucking. That would be something if John Cena was in the Impact Zone.
It would be cool. I'd kind of regret not seeing it.
Yeah, it would be pretty wild. Jordan Grace is now a free agent, no longer with TNA. Are you intrigued? I'm sure she's in. I think it's already been announced. Actually, she's in NXT or at least in the.
Yeah,
not signed.
WWE wants her,
and they should.
She'll be in the Royal Rumble. I think she'll be in the Rumble.
I think that would. I think that you could build a star tonight, just have her win the Rumble, main event WrestleMania versus somebody. Lexar at the People versus GCW show last. We did the PCO thing before. Also at the show at the Hammerstein Ballroom last Sunday, Sabu made a surprise appearance and challenged Joey Janela for a match. He agreed, and it'll take place at the Janela Spring Break during WrestleMania weekend. It's been confirmed that this match will be Sabu's retirement match. Are you intrigued? I mean, I really like Sabu, and I don't hate Joey Janela, but it does seem kind of a sad retirement match to me. That Sabu's final.
I wish it was on AEW so we could see it.
Yeah, I wish it would be on AEW versus someone like. What happened to RVD in AEW? Yeah. I like that stuff.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. He showed up to the Hall of Fame thing, I think, and then didn't he show up to like one of WWE shows or something? And
he was on SmackDown, I think, when they went USA.
So probably kind of soured Tony on him, like bringing him in. Who knows?
I actually think this is a really good idea, Castellar. Jay Lethal should join Lashley and MVP. I think that'd be good, especially since it seems like they're breaking Jarrett away from that group. Lethal really left alone.
I'd like to see a more serious Lethal, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think he would fit in good with that group. He could, especially if you do 6-mans with them, or if you would split up and have Lashley as the singles guy. I think Lethal and Shelton would be a really good tag team.
Hell yeah.
Let's see. Jeff just had to dance in the ring and Swanton, and everyone loved him. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not saying he's not over, but to say you'd be bigger than Cena, I think is nah. I mean, being over is one thing. Being over more than like the biggest guy of the last like 20 years is much different. Now if Stuttering John confronts Jack at a film festival and challenges him to a fight, what will Jack look? I'm not a fucking moron. I don't go and fight people. I'm 48 years old. I'm not trying to fight people. Stuttering John's 60. Let's say we fought. What do people think are going to happen? In real life, if you just fight people and someone gets hurt or something, it's not wrestling. Like someone's probably going to like get in legal trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm not a crazy person. I'm not trying to fight anybody. I'm not getting the physical fights with people. It would be funny though. What would happen? I'd take out my camera and record it, try to live stream it. That'd be pretty sweet. We'd get a lot of hits if Stuttering John was trying to challenge me to a fist fight at a convention or movie festival.
Why would he be at a movie festival?
Well, I will say this. Thank you, Nate. I just watched his interview. He didn't say bigger than Cena. That was clickbait. See, that is the problem with a lot of these questions. They'll say, it's reported that blah, blah, blah. And the report is just someone wrote something that's not true. So I appreciate that, Nate. And that does make me respect Jeff Hardy more there, because him just saying, like, he's bigger than Cena was kind of silly. And that's true, Nate. If it did come to Fist of Cuffs, I would just break out the Death Valley Driver, maybe a Canadian Destroyer. I've used that many times in street fights.
Yeah, well, what if you put like the Iron Claw on him?
That's right. I've been a big advocate of bringing back the Iron Claw. Well, what about the Von Erichs? Like they come on, and it's like, oh wow, this is cool. Then I don't think I've seen them since.
I thought they were offered a contract as of late.
I mean, aren't they like 6-man tag champs or something?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, in Ring of Honor, I think.
Bring them on. They need to rebuild like the tag division. That would be a good team.
Mm-hmm.
They're instantly over because of the Von Erichs.
Yeah. I like them. Why not?
Yeah. Did you freak out when TikTok was shut down? Nope.
No. I don't use TikTok, so I'm sure there's people out there that do. I mean, I know there's a lot, and I feel bad for you, but I don't use TikTok, so it didn't bother me nonetheless.
Yeah,
and they like erased in your head whenever we added it.
Yeah, they completely shut it down. They didn't like say you can bring this back or not. They just fucking erased it, gave me no warning, no reason. I couldn't even log in. I couldn't challenge it. They just obliterated it like it never existed. Erased out of existence.
It's gone.
And no, I've never got any reason at all. I've been told it was because I didn't bleep out swear. I didn't realize, I guess, swears are really frowned upon on TikTok. And so I put up some clips of a New Jack interview where like he's saying like F-bombs. I don't know. It was like, I thought it was like it's grown people. Like,
yeah.
Good Lord. I get like maybe you put adult on it or like a rating, but you're just obliterated for saying like shit or the F word.
You like this cover, Jack?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Always.
What's that? Is that a laser
on the
disc?
street? Yeah.
I never had a laser disc player.
Me neither until recently.
Oh, I thought you were just buying
this.
Do you watch them or do you just?
Yeah, I watched this the other day. It looked like hell, but I think the sounds actually is better on.
Yeah, the shirt right there of it.
Oh wow, sweet!
It's an Elm Street shirt right here in my room. Let's
Oh,
see.
yeah.
I got it at Walmart.
Yeah,
Let's
and
see-
isn't
let's
it
see it.
weird that you can get like all these horror shirts at Walmart?
God, I would have loved
Yeah,
that.
it's like
back then.
$7.
Yeah, when I was a kid,
Pretty
like
Pretty
it was
nice.
impossible to find horror like clothes. Now you can just buy them everywhere.
Yeah.
Even some weirder stuff, you know, because like I got like a Peep Show shirt at Spirit Halloween. It's like,
Oh, that's cool.
but yeah, the Walmart ones are, and some of them are really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it was only $7, so I said I'll get it. What the heck?
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
it's the I think it's the 40th anniversary of Halloween 2 this year. I mean, not Halloween 2, Nightmare on Elm Street 2.
Hell yeah.
Okay, cool.
And I know Mark Patton was doing really not well, and I guess he was bedridden for like the last year, so he's trying to get out there.
Oh,
and
that's too bad.
go to do some conventions this year for the 40th anniversary.
Oh.
Last year was the 50th anniversary of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which is really big. And so, yeah, this year's the 40th anniversary of Nightmare on Elm Street 2 and Friday the 13th, Part 5.
Cool.
So we're going to have Melanie Kinnaman on the show this year for the 40th. I kind of, you know, when I was a kid, I really disliked Part 5, but I think it's pretty good now when I watch it. You know, just knowing it's like you go in and you're expecting Jason, and then it's like the Scooby-Doo kind of like they pull off the mask. But once you know that, like you just watching, like it's a pretty good movie, actually.
Yeah, you get over.
Yeah.
Let's see. Christopher Daniels, we did. Independent wrestler Brandon Kirk finished his career at GCW. What are your memories? I don't want to laugh. I don't know who that is. I'm sure he's a great guy. Had a great career. He's a good man. Intro, we spoke highly of him.
Who was it again?
Brandon Kirk.
Oh yeah, Brandon Kirk. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Brandon Kirk. You a big fan of his, Steve?
Never heard of the dude.
Steven, you're supposed to say he's great.
Not rest in peace. So happy retirement, sir. If you didn't have TV for weeks or months, how do you keep yourself entertained, and what do you watch?
I haven't had TV in years.
What do I watch? I mainly wrestling. I mean, I don't think I really.
No, he meant if you didn't have a TV for weeks or months, what would you do? Just start jacking off like for hours?
Do I have the computer? I mean, like
computer.
Same thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
the
got a
computer's
phone.
Yeah, I got a phone. I got a computer.
We know, like, sorry, he's talking about himself because his smart TV doesn't work. So he's got a phone. We know he has a phone. That's how he calls in the show. He can watch that.
Like, how's he not just get another TV? I mean, like,
he's got to spend the money at the strip club.
I mean, if he saves that money that he goes and uses at the strip club, I mean,
You can get a
just
cheap
another
TV for hardly anything nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that expensive.
He doesn't need like even big TVs are pretty cheap, but he doesn't need like a $500 TV.
I think I got like one of those Spectre weird. It was like a weird name brand or Spectrum or what was it? I bought it off of Amazon for like $100, and it was like 32 inches, I think.
Yeah.
Or Spectra.
I just got the 55-inch one for under $300 at Target.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the big TVs are really cheap. So if he wanted to set something for his room, I'm sure he could get something.
I think he's wanting a smart TV, but you can just like buy a normal TV and then just get like a Fire Stick or something, or
Stream Daddy.
Yeah, Stream Daddy, or something.
Let's just seeing how much a TV is here. Yeah, they're all like, even these great big TVs, like you said, they're under $300.
Yeah.
40-inch one's $138. And I'm sure if you looked around, you could find one even cheaper.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for him. You look for yourself, Lexar. But you could get one for not too bad. Have you ever threw rocks at people's houses? No. Oh, fuck,
No.
Lexar. Just because you don't have a TV, you don't have to go and like break people's windows. What the hell are you doing?
No TV makes Lexar a dull boy.
Why do you talk too much? Well, it's a podcast, Lexar. If we just sat here in silence, it wouldn't be much of a show.
You gotta have to talk a lot.
Do you fart or burp? Now, come on, Lexar. I mean, what are you, like 8 years old?
I'm a human.
Like
I do both.
3-year-old?
I do both.
You're versatile.
Yes, exactly.
What's the first thing you think about when you wake up? My grandfather used to always say, though, it's better to
Lexar's
burp and
mom.
taste it than fart and waste. Oh, I think about in your head as soon as I wake up.
Really?
Yeah. I had like a really strange dream today. Really strange.
Did you have to clean up after yourself?
No, it wasn't like that, but it was just like I dreamed I was on like one of those crazy like Japanese
Game shows.
game shows, and Oprah Winfrey was on it with me, and I was on the other team, and she was on the other, and like she had her tits out, and she was going like the stipulation was they're going to have to like slap people with their tits.
What
and
the
then
hell?
and then I dreamed like the bed.
This is Michael's first time here, and this is the kind of stuff you're telling him.
I know. And then I dreamed I was like on the bed, like, and they're about to do it. And then I noticed there was like a growth on the bed or something, like a fungus, and it looked like a human nose. And then like I started like prodding it, and then this like crazy worm thing came out, like a fungus worm, and it was like running after everybody, and everybody was running from the fungus worm. So it was a strange dream, man. So that's what I was thinking whenever I woke up today. Like, why the fuck was I dreaming that?
You secretly wanted, but
This is a good question by Nate G. Being a noob to this great channel, who's everyone's GOAT? So who's your greatest of all time? If I'm going to narrow it down to one.
Bad news, Alan.
I was going to say the Power Go.
Oh,
Right?
I like that answer. Thank you.
I don't know about this Michael guy. No, that's a good answer, but I'd have to say Roddy Piper.
Like in wrestling, who is the GOAT? The number one of all time.
Anarchia.
And
ZZ.
Jeez, that's a hard one.
Matt Morgan.
Who is my favorite? Probably Austin. Probably. Like, if I had to just say one person, which that's really hard to do, I'd probably have to say Austin. Troy Jones, your brother, he's saying Vader.
It's Vader time. It's time. It's Vader time. I actually have the Vader mask here, but it's underneath this. And
Cactus Jack's gonna be in there.
Yeah, actually, that's interesting you say that, because so when I was a kid growing up, it was Piper, and then when I was probably still a kid, but when I got to like my I don't know, maybe 12 or so, it was Cactus Jack.
But Piper, his matches weren't the best. I mean,
no, they weren't. I only think he has a handful of matches that I would even say were good, but he was my favorite guy.
Yeah. It's like Austin, I think he had like everything, like the charisma and then the wrestling. I think just everything. He was like the whole package.
If you're going to say the whole package, for me, then it would be Terry Funk.
Yeah. But like even like Rock is just crazy charismatic. But like,
yeah, I mean, he had really good matches too.
And he had some good matches, but I don't think he was on the level of like good matches.
No,
like
Austin was. I think Austin, in a weird way, is underrated as a wrestler.
Yeah.
Because he was such a good technical wrestler, and I think people don't realize after he got hurt, it's only that after he got hurt, he worked a style that made more sense for his character. So if he was out there doing like these super technical matches, when he's like the beer drinking redneck, it really wouldn't have fit. So he changed his style accordingly for his gimmick, and which is smarter.
Mm-hmm.
And it fit the character.
Like, even like, I love Shawn Michaels, and I can't say like I would say, like wrestling wise, I would say he's probably the number one, but like personality, I don't think he has it all. I mean, I think he's good personality wise, but
Yeah, he's not for me a top guy. I mean, he's a top guy, but he wouldn't be my GOAT.
yeah, I think I'd just have to say Austin because I can't think of
If he
anybody
just been
else
in
who
ring, he'd be close, I think. But
Scott Levy.
Sure. Scott Levy is a Raven. Yeah, actually, Raven's pretty cool. He would never, like, if I would say the biggest name or the most historic, whatever, I'd put Hogan there. For me personally, he would not even.
Yeah, this is your GOAT.
Yeah, yeah, he would not be on my list at all. But that's cool. He'd be on yours. I never liked Hogan until he became. I always rooted against him until I did like Hollywood Hogan run. Then I was.
Vader is a good pick, though.
I think Vader's the best big man of all time.
Yeah,
great.
So
he'd be. He'd be in my top probably 5.
I love Piper too, but it's just like he just didn't. Like what matches would you say the dog collar?
He has a handful of matches I think that are good. The dog collar match, the Goldust match, which isn't really even a match, and his best in-ring match is Bret Hart.
The Bret Hart match. Okay.
Yeah, that's a really good match. But honestly, most of his matches I don't think are even. I wouldn't even say are good. Like I think they're kind of bad. And some are pretty rotten, but he was just my favorite guy.
Yeah, I mean, personality wise, he was there, like everything, But I just it would be hard for me to say Roddy just because I don't think his matches are like.
Yeah, that's fine. But when I was a kid, it didn't really matter. I just the Piper was the man.
Well, for me, if you're saying your personal GOAT. Because I've been watching wrestling now for probably almost 50 years, I'd have to say Ricky Steamboat. But my favorite Ricky Steamboat was before he even went to the WWF. And so, like, a lot of you guys probably have never seen a lot of his career. But I kind of agree with, I remember Ric Flair once said, Steamboat never worked heel, and that might work against of all time. He had a chance when Flair was feuding with Buddy Rogers in Mid-Atlantic. I thought that was the perfect time for Steamboat to turn heel and on Flair, but he never did it. But he's my personal greatest of all time, Ricky Steamboat.
Would you rank Roddy Piper higher than Macho?
As just my favorite, yeah. As all around wrestler, no.
Yeah. Does anybody else?
Macho would if I'm just gonna go all just, but see, to me that's different. I'm saying my personal favorite. Maybe that's a different thing though too. Also, my personal favorite is Piper. Who do I think the greatest all-around wrestler is? Maybe Macho Man, or Terry Funk or Macho Man. Those are pretty high up there.
Anybody else want to go? Who's your personal GOAT?
Austin. I'd agree with Steve Austin.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. I'm liking this Michael guy.
Neil, did you like Mr. America? So I disliked Hogan up until Hollywood Hogan. I loved the Hollywood Hogan run. And I also really liked his later run in the WWE. So he comes in as a heel. Him versus Rock's like a magical match. I know we always make fun of Meltzer saying like it's not a good match if you don't have the sound on. I mean, that's just a ludicrous statement because
Why would you turn the sound down?
part of wrestling is the crowd. Is it in there? They into and they're so into it, and both guys changed the match based on the crowd, which is I give both guys credit for that.
Yeah. Do you think
And
Meltzer watches a match and then he turns the sound down and then he
Maybe.
rewatches it?
And then you see take that away, and he has the babyface run, and the babyface run of Hogan in those later years is my favorite babyface Hogan because it's like a guy from another era transported into like this modern day, and it's almost, if he wasn't getting a good reaction, it would be corny and bad. But because he got that big reaction, it was still kind of corny, but it worked. And I just got a kick out of it. It was like, like Hogan time traveled from the 80s into modern day, worked the Hogan style that was really outdated. But for that brief like run, that like year, not even a year probably, it was really over. I remember like he had a really fun match with like Kurt Angle. The Michaels one. Michaels is being silly and doing the over top stuff. But he had fun matches with Jericho and a few people. But
Randy Orton.
Yeah, but his Triple H match, I think Triple H actually was not a good wrestler in that match because he tried to have a Triple H match with this Hogan character from this other era, and it didn't work because it wasn't what people wanted to see. They just wanted to see Hogan doing the Hogan stuff and doing the big boot and leg drop. They didn't want to see like a modern wrestling match because Hogan really couldn't do that at that point, and no one really wanted to see it. I also think he did the same thing really with Scott Steiner. Like I think that kind of ruined Steiner's run in WWE because he tried to have a match that the guy couldn't work. So I always think I would never say Triple H is a bad wrestler, but I do think he's overrated as like a great wrestler because I don't think he knew how to have a good match with people who needed help, which is part of what being a good wrestler is. He didn't know how to hide a lot of people's weaknesses, which is, what you need to do if you're going to be a top guy. Which is actually a weird thing I saw someone on our group saying that Penta's match wasn't good versus Chad Gable because it wasn't like a lucha match and it was a little slower and he did technical moves. But to me, that really proved that Penta is a great wrestler because if you only can work one style of a match, you can have a great match in that style, but a sign of a great wrestler is someone who can work with someone else's style and doesn't make that person wrestle their style.
Yeah.
And and also the fun of wrestling, the beauty of wrestling is different styles. So if you get like this lucha guy, technical guy, how does that clash? How does it work? And that was fun. And if you want Penta to be like a top guy or to have like programs with more than like 3 people in the company, he's going to have matches with other people than lucha guys. And to me, that actually was a great showing for him. And I think that will benefit him down the road. Would Britt Baker leaving AEW be a mistake? Steven wants to know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if she's wanting to work in AEW, but I mean, if she's just going to come out there and say nobody cares, I mean, that's what can you do with somebody like that?
You can't. If she has that same attitude in WWE, she won't be anything there either.
They'll get rid of her quick. I mean,
it's too bad because I've said many times she was the most over person for a little while in AEW, but she was definitely the most over woman.
That was like career suicide doing that. Like just coming out and be like, nobody cares. Like when you're supposed to be acting in this.
And it's been so many times now, I assume there's something to that she's hard to deal with and she's trouble backstage. You know, if it's one time, who knows? It could be any. But when it's multiple times every year, it's like, well, there must be something to this, you know. So,
well, gents, it's way past my bedtime. I gotta go.
good night, Steven.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would hurt AEW if she showed up in WWE, but if she doesn't want to, doesn't want to work, then if she doesn't want to work there, then you just have to let her go.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Because
I don't
It's
think
not-
she'll ever get the spot that she had in AEW and the WWE.
Yeah, there's a lot of big, you know, people can rise. So if you have a lot of good people to work with, but I don't know if she really has the. I don't think she has the attitude to do it.
I wonder if she even just wants to be a wrestler anymore because, like, like she is a doctor. I mean, maybe she just wants to go back to her practice and just do that. I mean, because, like, I know she had they broke up with Adam Cole and all that. And,
Really?
like, that's what I've heard, anyways.
Yeah.
So it's like maybe she doesn't even want to be in the wrestling business. Maybe she was just doing it as a thing to be around the guy she was interested.
Well, I mean, she was there before he was around. She was wrestling before they were together.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know.
She was
Maybe
in AEW before Adam Cole was there.
Yeah.
Are you excited that Jordan Grace would be headed to NXT? Yeah, it's good for her. I really think she's really talented. Like to see her do well. Did Brian Matthew Cluttar, did you know that the cost for a trip or two to the strip club, you could buy a decent smart TV
No.
and a
Are you
subscription to
intrigued?
Netflix? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Are you heartbroken that PCO destroyed the Digital Media Championship?
Yes.
No, he's saying it's a shoot, but I don't know. If it is, that's pretty. Like I thought it was. If it's an angle, it's done well. If it was a shoot, I love PCO, but I don't know. That's not very cool. If you actually just destroyed their title on TV, like.
Could they have made him mad about something? I mean,
Well, I don't know. I don't know what. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there.
oh, don't get on my computer.
Top 3 favorite musicals, Brian Clutter.
Top 3?
Yeah, like movie wise.
Is
Tommy
Willy
Wonka,
Wonka considered a musical?
Sure. I'll
Oh,
say
that's definitely up there.
Grease.
Grease, I like.
Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
Maybe Sweeney Todd.
Tommy and Quadrophenia.
Tommy's a good one. Yeah, Tommy. I actually like a lot of music. How do you think the Big Boss Man would feel now a precedent has been set that you will receive a presidential pardon for assembling a mob and beating police? Yeah, we don't want to ask political, but it was making me laugh. I was trying to. I skipped a lot of other political ones. I didn't notice that one was till I started reading it. Alexa,
Dead.
Geraldine, when you guys going to let me come back? No one's not letting you come back. You can come back on any time. Jonathan Jackson. Why didn't we haven't kicked anyone out who zoomed in? Nobody said what's this? Nobody said though the Never for favorite musicals. I don't know what that is.
Is that the Metallica thing?
I think it's a Metallica one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
The
I don't
kid
even know what that
from
is.
yeah, it's like where they just have like, I think it's just like visuals put to their music. I've never seen it. I don't know. All Through the Never, isn't it? Is it something like that?
Yeah, or like Into the Never or something like that.
Into the Never, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Through the Never.
Through the Never.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry,
think
I
that's what
misread
it
that
is.
date.
yeah.
When you Jonathan Jackson. What are your thoughts on? We asked this PCO, but he did ask the most prestigious title in wrestling history.
It was just destroyed.
What are your thoughts? I am sad. You would probably look good wearing that on the show.
The media championship. He should have gave it to me instead of destroyed it.
Exactly. So we're getting to the last few questions here, guys. So if you want a Royal Rumble number, you can video in, or you can become a member or super chat $5, and you will get yourself a Royal Rumble number. If you already have one, you could give it out to somebody if you like. Jonathan Jackson, when are you guys going to let me come back also? This is becoming a sausage fest. Here we get some hot ass like Jonathan Jackson on the show.
What? Since when did mine not be hot enough?
Damn.
Jeez.
Now that a WWE Hall of Fame is president again, will wrestling become great again?
Nope.
Jonathan Jackson, if you could
I think a lot of the criticism is that people forget he did give us a Monday Night Raw free of commercials. Even Netflix won't do that.
It's true. Jonathan
Or
Jackson.
was it just 1 hour? Or I forget.
I don't remember.
I think
90 minutes.
Was it 90 minutes? Oh, it was free of commercials. No commercials.
If you could shit your pants in any state in the United States, which would it be and why?
Probably mass of 2 shits.
Intra's gonna drive down to Massachusetts and just like shit himself and be like, I'm sticking it to you, Nasty Neil. Jackie Jones.
You gotta answer the
I noticed
question.
Why am I Nasty Neil here, not Jackie Jones?
You're Nasty Neil internet icon.
I don't know if I know how to change it.
Isn't it just in settings? Or is it different?
Is that where it is?
I think you go to settings. No, it's not there.
When you enter the room.
Yeah, maybe it's too late to change it.
Oh, I just noticed I got a present tab. Can I present something to you?
Oh,
whoa, that sounds dirty.
You guys want to be alone?
Yes, present them.
Should we look away?
No, you must watch. We're gonna pry your eyes open like Clockwork Orange. There we go.
There it is.
What are you presenting? I don't see nothing.
I just seen the tab and I'm not doing anything.
Oh, I think you can like share a screen or something, and I can pop it up.
Oh,
try it. See if it works. If you want.
All right, I'm gonna make you pop up here. Share screen. Share video.
Do it, bitch.
I don't think I got any videos on here.
I should probably check to make sure no one in here. No.
There, I'm going to share my screen. Or no, that's my.
What are you? Oh my God, that's some dirty ass porn interest. I can't put that. Will get kicked off YouTube. Insure.
Oh geez, let's just forget that.
I didn't see anything on this kid. No, did you actually share? I didn't see anything.
Hey, there's some things that popped up. Open system.
Nah, don't worry about it. You can try it some other time.
I'm just gonna. I don't know.
Just share something or don't.
Do I have any videos on here?
I don't know. What the hell are you asking me for?
You are the internet icon.
That's
exactly.
Point,
you should know.
You can show a video, Tyler says.
Let's see.
Dirty ass porn. Now, does that mean it's like porn with dirty asses, or does it mean like it's dirty ass porn? It's all in the interpretation, I guess. Let's see. Tyler Stevens, how many reasons do you have for booing Hulk Hogan?
5.
Are you saying your prayers and eating your vitamins?
Nope.
Luddite?
Not really.
Who would win in a fist fight between Jim Cornette and Vince Russo?
Russo, I think.
Jim's crazy.
I was gonna say the same thing. Jim is nuts.
He'd go for his eyes, try to take his eye out.
Oh yes.
All
Crazy
right,
old
welcome
man.
to the video. I have a switch that I need to repair, which is an optical switch. It's number 44 No, on Star
okay.
Trek The Next Generation. Okay. And this switch is the hardest switch to get to on the entire play field. Other switches, you can just pull them out pretty
There,
easily, but
see?
these are located.
Boy.
This one is located underneath the.
Is
the
this like a
Borg and
video
2
people
ramps,
watch, like
so
when they're
Naked
like
Stone.
learning?
It's a pretty
When
extensive
they're learning to fix
disassembly that I have to do.
Mhm.
Here I'm showing the switch
Basically.
matrix.
When they're, like,
There you
training.
go. Where the optical sensor is out. Normally they're filled up for an optical sensor because they only show up on the switch matrix closed.
turn it off. Can you stop
Other
it?
switches are always open.
No, it's that we have to watch
The
them
only
all.
times
You have to
optical
watch the whole
switches work
thing.
is when they're actually tripped. So
What if our pinball
that's
machines
the
are
reason
like
they're
that?
showing
Does
up
this
like that
turn
on the
into the
switch
accused
matrix
at any
on the,
point?
switch
I don't know.
test there.
And he's
Here I'm
alone.
removing
See,
the
now
glass,
it's faster.
getting ready to disassemble.
All right, we have.
I'm wearing a pinball shirt too. Do you know what Comet Pinball is, Insure?
Yeah, that's who.
Oh,
That's the
pinball.
ones that I put in my Star
Is that
Trek.
where you guys order the cheese pizza?
No, Comet Pinball. They do LEDs mainly, don't they? Yeah.
Okay, cool. I went to a
Yeah.
pinball show and they were giving out free shirts, so I got like 3 of them. That
Oh wow.
was cool.
That's pretty
Over
cool.
here in California. Yeah, they had a place called the Museum of Pinball, but it's not there
Oh,
anymore.
sweet.
Was there?
Yeah,
a
they had
wizard
like
there?
1,500 pinball games for like $50. You could play them all day, so it was cool.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised that that's who I got my LED kit from for my Star Trek. So cool.
Okay, cool.
I saw there's a Dungeons and Dragons pinball coming up.
Yeah, that should be kind of neat. I was kind of thought at first like I wasn't too crazy about it, but then I thought they do have that leveling up system, and I think that would be really neat if they incorporate that, where you use the Stern Insider thing.
Yeah, no, that's fun. Yeah, I have that
Mhm.
on my phone. Troy and I haven't been for a while, but we got to go play some pinball.
They
Honestly,
might make choppers, Troy. I'm not sure. He's asking.
I'm not
me
a
if
big
that-
Russo fan at all, honestly, but part of me would find it funny if they did fight and Russo did beat him up. I mean, it would be kind of funny. When,
And they got on video.
he just assumes he's going to beat the hell out of Russo, and Russo just beat him up. It would,
it would be like the underdog, like
yeah,
just like, oh shit,
you would
we
never.
didn't see that going.
Cornette would never live that down.
That would be a Russo swerve.
Yeah, exactly. If I liked Russo more, it'd be pretty awesome. But I'm like,
It would
I
be
don't
funny seeing the reactions too.
know. Yeah, yeah,
Like-
it would be hilarious.
It'd just be like, what in the world?
I would be afraid if I was Russo if he did beat him up. I would think Cornette would come and like actually take him out or something.
Yeah, he'd really get he need to get in the restraining order. then.
Yeah, he'd get like a a weapon of some kind. Tyler Steven, what are your thoughts on Eric Bischoff? Great performer. I've thought he was really great as a heel, because I think the heel management character, heel authorities completely played out, but Bischoff was maybe the best at it. I mean, Vince is up. I don't know if he's better than Vince, but he's definitely up there. He's definitely
He was good.
yeah.
I think I pretty much agree with you. Current day, I think he just says
He's
whatever.
really
he
just
can
part of
say.
that. And I'm not saying you can't criticize AEW, but there is this group that just do it as like it's like its own like subculture or something. But
That is
They rewarded him. They brought him on NXT.
yeah.
That's true. That is their stuttering John.
Do producers get a Royal Rumble entry? Well, Brian, you did. Thoughts on Super Crazy doing this a few days ago? I don't know what he did. I guess he wrestled or something. Oh, Super Crazy wrestled again. That's cool.
That's cool. I always liked him.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've heard from
Oh,
him.
he wrestled. Man, I don't know. I should watch those GCW shows. things that looks like a really fun stuff, and the ones I've watched were really really good time. And I
don't
like
even
it
know
when
how to
they bring
find
back
them.
these old guys. Yeah, I don't know if this was on YouTube or if it was pay-per-view or what. So let me pull this up. I think this will be fun to play. What the fuck? Jesus.
That's crazy.
I love
for
it.
him.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean, he used to do
I think
stuff like
that's
that in
awesome.
EC.
I'd love to see him.
He used to do that crazy stuff in ECW.
Yeah, well,
and
that's
now
sweet.
now he's doing it like at his age. That's insane. He is super crazy.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'd love to see him. I was just saying get a run somewhere else, but I don't know if GCW pays him well. It's cool. Yeah, honestly, it makes me really want to watch some of this GCW. To be totally honest, top 3 backstabs in wrestling history. Insure to me.
Orndorff Hogan.
Yeah, Orndorff Hogan. That is one good thing.
Cody
I'll say about
Rhodes to
Hogan.
AEW.
Yeah, that's a real
big
life
one.
one. One good thing about Hogan, I was never a fan, but he did sell the backstabs well. I'll say that. What are you saying, Incher?
I was just saying, like, that was one that I heard everybody say it was coming, but I just didn't think I could believe it until it actually did happen. It's just like,
Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty through the
that was great. Boom.
Yeah. Oh, and Hogan, Hogan joining the NWO.
Andre and Hogan.
Oh yeah, God. You know, a lot of these, even though I'm saying they're not Hogan, you got to give it for a lot of great turns involving Hogan. You can't deny that.
Yeah. Like when Andre ripped the cross off.
Yeah, and they get the little trickle of blood.
It was good.
Yeah, it was.
You're bleeding, brother. Remember that?
Are you gonna face him at WrestleMania? And he's like,
yeah. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. I have to admit. Let's see. Well, that was good. That was, I mean, obvious. It's not like it's a hot take or something, but that was a great build. That all around, and then they make the giant belt, which really, as a kid, I really did think. Looking back, it's like, dude, there's no way Hogan's losing to Andre the Giant at this point in time. But as a kid, when I was watching, I was like, well, they're not going to make this giant belt for Andre if he's not winning the title. Yeah, that was sweet. That was a good question, Tyler. I like that. That could be a round table if we had like a top 10, like a backstabs or turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. All right. That was all the questions, I believe. A lot of good questions this week. You guys made me. I mean, we had a couple, lousy shit, but for the most part, I think people sent in good questions. That might be a record, I think, for the biggest percentage of good questions.
No talking canvases.
No. Yeah. No, he just asked a couple about throwing rocks at people's windows or something, but that wasn't even too offensive. There wasn't anything about is Rug talking to him or anything. I do get afraid sometimes that Lexar's going to be like the Son of Sam or something. He's like talking to his like canvas. Now he's got no TV to watch. I just don't want him like coming and killing one of us.
Should we like get him a TV just to make sure we're good? Like
start a GoFundMe.
Why don't we get him a TV that talks to him?
Oh no.
We'd start. The thing is, if we started GoFundMe and we sent him like a couple $100 to buy a TV, he'd just go blow it at the strip club.
I'd be highly disappointed if that was the case. We probably can't trust him. We would probably have to buy the
Do you
TV for
think?
him. We'd have to buy the TV and then send it to him.
Hot take. I don't know if we can trust Lex. He's a good guy.
Long as you're not in rubbing distance.
All right. Last chance here, guys. We're going to be heading out. I'll run over these Rumble numbers, but you can get one next week. I think next week's the final week. Number 2, Michael Petrelli. 3, Vic Schiavone. 4, Nikhil. 5, The Flea. 6, Dave Deadman. 7, Golgo 13. 8, Stephen Butler. 9, El Santos World. 10, Showboat. 11, Alexar. 13, Jonathan Jackson. 14, Faith Schiavone. 15, Brian Matthew Clutter. 16, Double Guns. 17, Tyler. 18, Nate G. 23, My Mom. 24, Ricky Ferguson. 26, Ludite Supreme. 27, Dobbs. And number 30, Juju B. So we've got 11 numbers left here. 11 numbers left for next week. So till then, get your number in. If you become a member from now till next week, I'll give you a number next week when we're live. So anytime you want to help out the show, you can become a member here. 18, Word Life. This is Basic Thugonomics.
Basic Thugonomics.
Has anybody ever taken advanced thugonomics?
I don't. That's a good point. He just stayed in basic.
Just to keep them in basic.
Mozzarella sticks are now two for $1 at all strip clubs. Are you intrigued? Oh wow, I didn't even think of this, Tyler. It's a good point. Montreal screw job.
Oh yeah.
It's like so obvious you don't think about it. Maybe Lexar stabbed some backs at wrestling shows with his penis. Yeah, we don't condone this. I know, Incher has at times, but I think In Your Head as a whole is anti rubbing your penis against people not into it.
Yeah, I'm pretty against that.
I know we're going out on a limb here.
I don't need to take a stand or anything, but
all right, well,
riding the bus is just riding the bus.
Had fun.
I think this is a good show. This one I'll keep. Sometimes I'm like, fuck that show, but I think this one's a keeper. What do you think, Andrew?
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
had fun calling in.
Rookie, possible Rookie of the Year. Still time to vote. Well, I guess you'll be Rookie of the Year next year, but still time to vote in the Headies. We'll be doing the Headies. I don't know, probably in a couple weeks. We'll be doing it in February, either the first or second week of February. We'll be doing the Headies.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That'll be fun. It's a year-end awards show. We'll probably do it, maybe not the first week, because we'll probably review the Rumble. That'll probably be a pretty big show, and then maybe we'll do the Head. But we'll do it sometime in February.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I need to finish my ballot, so everybody get your ballots in.
Yeah. I haven't looked at them. I don't know how many people sent them in. I think quite a bit, but we'll check them out. All right. So then next week, thank you again, Michael. It's good to meet you, and I'm glad you enjoy the show.
Appreciate it.
Hope you. We hope we see from you again sometime.
Oh well.
Congrats on 20 years too.
Thank you. That's pretty crazy.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I say this every year, but I'm gonna try to get some guests here on the show.
Okay, cool.
I know a few people that want to come on, so we'll figure that out.
You posted a thing that Titus O'Neil's coming on.
Oh yeah, we got the book
cool.
a couple days ago, or it was early last week, I guess, maybe Saturday. I got the Titus O'Neil book.
I met him once.
Cool.
He's a nice guy.
Oh, nice. Yeah, ECW Press is going to send another book too. It wasn't It wasn't written by a wrestler, but we'll probably have the author of it on too. I'll have to look it up
Yes,
later.
cool.
But yeah, it looks like we're gonna have Titus O'Neil on. That would be really cool. I know, we've been big advocates of him for years. So
the biggest.
yeah. So Titus O'Neil, that'd be a fun interview. I got to read the book. My furnace was out for a couple days, so I was too cold to read anything. But fortunately, it was a terrible time to do that. It was very cold, but fortunately, someone came over and fixed it. So it was good.
I have to say,
Also, my favorite interview you guys ever did was Terry Funk. That was awesome.
That
was a great
excellent
interview.
choice. One of my all-time favorites. Very proud of that interview. I always think Terry Funk is a guy, along with Paul Bearer, that really fits in the show because you could talk about wrestling with him. Also, you could goof around with both of them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they were fun to be silly or serious, and I think that's a good fit for the show.
My
Yeah,
mom's
I
furnace
agree.
is broken. Thanks for reminding me.
Your what's
Should
broken?
phone her.
What is it? Sorry.
My mom's furnace is broken.
Oh,
Thanks
well,
for
damn,
reminding
that's
me.
bad up in Canada.
I
So hope
should
you get that
phone
fixed.
her. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, let me grab the. All right. We'll see you guys next week. Thanks to our producers, El Santos World, Brian Matthew Clutter. Help out the show and become a producer yourself. Until next week, this is Jackie Jones.
1 inch biceps.
Take care, guys.
And this is in
Your head.
we do that one. Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.